Chapter 2394. The group of people landed on the coiled dragonwood, and a shocking evil energy assaulted them. The evil energy was 10 times stronger than the outside world. Even Qin Hui and the others, who were born and raised in the East region, could not bear such a strong evil energy. Wisps of evil energy ignored the Pathmaster's power on the surface of their bodies and entered their bodies through their pores. Their eyes were visibly scarlet, and they were filled with evil energy. Start cultivating immediately, or we will also be devoured by the evil energy. Qin Hui held the key given by Deacon Li and came to the tail of the coiled dragonwood. She inserted the key into a groove. With a click, the whole coiled dragon would seem to have come to life, and it started swimming around its body. The dragon's mouth opened abruptly, and a large amount of evil energy was sucked away. Then the dragon's scales opened, and wisps of pure Pathmaster's power were released, absorbing the evil energy and transforming it into Pathmaster's power was the magical effect of the coiled dragon wood after it had been modified. Qin Hui and the others immediately sat down cross-legged, greedily absorbing the Pathmaster's power to improve their cultivation. The Pathmaster's power was not very beneficial to Suyu. He walked back and forth on the coiled dragonwood, checking if there was anything special about it that could cause the royal scepter dragon sword to vibrate continuously. However, after a careful search, he found nothing. Did I overlook something? Suyu thought to himself, and dozens of possibilities appeared in his mind. Finally, with a flash of light, he placed his palm on the coiled dragonwood beneath his feet, and the 9-5 ice dragon energy was emitted from his palm. When the energy appeared, a very vague character appeared on the coiled dragonwood beneath Suyu's palm. Sure enough, he increased the 9-5 ice dragon energy, and the character became clearer. It was a very ancient dragon clan character. It was shaped like a small dragon, and it was full of mystery. Suyu memorized it calmly, then moved his palm to another place. In the end, there was another dragon clan character 3 inches away. Suyu searched inch by inch, repeating the process repeatedly. 10 days later, when the evil energy around the coiled dragon wood was extremely thin, and the wood gradually stopped moving, Suyu finished his search. He had explored every inch of the coiled dragonwood, and he had obtained a total of 18,000 characters of Dragon Clan characters. It should be a well-hidden Dragon Clan's magic art, right? Suyu speculated based on his experience. In these 10 days, he had only managed to figure out all the characters. He did not have the time to organize them into a complete incantation. At this moment, 6 Downlord auras of varying strengths rose from the coiling dragonwood. 6 unique domain images floated in the air. Of the 6 domains, 3 were intermediate domains and 3 were elementary domains. The last 3 naturally belonged to the 3 students. However, what attracted Suyu's attention the most was not the middle grade realm of Qin Hui and the others, but the beginner realm of a student. The image of the domain was very strange. It was just an unusually monotonous golden ring. However, the ring gave off a sense of danger. On the other hand, Qin Hui and the other 2, who had grasped the intermediate domain, could not compare to this domain. Suyu looked at the owner of the realm. It was the boy, Su Ming. Mo Qinglong stared at the boy as well. His eyes flickered with complicated emotions. Ha ha ha! I've finally broken through to the later stage of the sky human stage. Qin Hui raised her head skywards and laughed. There was an uncontrollable ecstasy in her voice. Yushan and Chunyin were also overjoyed. They had broken through to the middle stage of the sky human stage as they wished. The 3 students had all broken through to the middle stage of the fish dragon realm. The reward of the coiling dragon wood was a great benefit to them. As Qin Hui laughed, she did not forget where the reward had come from. She shot a grateful look at Suyu. When she realized that he was still a half-step Downlord, she could not help but sigh. It's a pity. It's all thanks to you that we can obtain the reward of the coiling dragonwood. However, you can't enjoy its benefits. So you did not think so. The hidden magic art on the coiling dragonwood was something even Xia Senran had not discovered. So you obtaining it would most likely benefit him more than advancing a small level. Yu Shan, Qin Yin, and the two students all shot grateful looks at Suyu. It was indeed thanks to Suyu that they had risen from the last place to the first place. Only Su Ming grunted disapprovingly. When my abilities become stronger, I can still get the first place. His inexplicable self-confidence made people laugh involuntarily. Suyu did not bother to argue with him. He calmly said, "Let's go back." He wanted to quickly piece the dragon inscriptions together and see what secrets were hidden on the coiling dragon wood. He wanted to know if it was related to the royal power dragon sword. Qin Hui nodded and led the group back to the civilization where the Azure Dragon group was. It was only when they returned that they discovered that there were several uninvited guests in their civilization. The three teachers' expressions darkened. Qin Hui sighed. What's coming can't be avoided. Teacher Yu, Teacher Chen, there will inevitably be a fierce battle later. Be mentally prepared. Yu Shan clenched her fists and laughed coldly. Just as well. I also want to find someone to test my newly achieved cultivation. The leader of the Azure Dragon team was always the last in line, so he had suffered a lot in the past. Today, they had dared to openly provoke the Azure Dragon group. They had to return the favor and let them know that the Azure Dragon group was not to be trifled with. The group followed the scent of the group and quickly landed in the center of the civilization. However, the expected confrontation did not happen. Instead, the teachers, led by Zi Xiaoyan and Dan Haiqing, smiled peacefully and greeted them politely. Haha, Teacher Qin, you finally returned. You've made us wait bitterly. The three teachers who were about to lash out felt as if they had punched cotton. They had strength, but there was nothing they could do. The other party had greeted them with a smile and had no ill intentions. They could not possibly hit him, could they? What brings you to the Azure Dragon group? Qin Hui sized up the people in front of her. Apart from Zi Xiaoyan from the Qilin group and Dan Haiqing from the White Tiger group, there were several other representatives from the top-ranked groups. Looking at their friendly faces, Qin Hui's heart was as clear as a mirror. She knew that they did not come with good intentions. We have joined forces to congratulate the Azure Dragon group on their victory and obtaining the first place in this year's training. Zi Xiaoyan gave off a refreshing feeling. It was the complete opposite of his previous attitude of looking down on the Azure Dragon group. Qin Hui replied smoothly, "Thank you." The topic came to an abrupt end. She did not continue the conversation, waiting to see how Zi Xiaoyan would continue. After a moment of awkwardness, Zi Xiaoyan said, "Actually, there's another reason why we're here." Indeed, this was the main point of their visit, right? "Please speak," Qin Hui said indifferently. Zi Xiaoyan said, "As you know, the evil aura in the Evil Lord Cemetery is about to erupt again. Our top-ranked groups will definitely receive an order to check on the cemetery's seal." Qin Hui nodded and said, "I know." In the past, after the training, the Evil Lord Cemetery would erupt. The top 10 groups would be required to bring their students to check on the cemetery. The Azure Dragon group had always been ranked last, so they had never been there. And every time the cemetery is inspected, it's a rather dangerous matter. Your Azure Dragon group is going there for the first time, so there should be many things you don't understand. Therefore, we're here to discuss matters of cooperation with the Azure Dragon group. Zi Xiaoyun's words made Qin Hui unable to refuse. The Evil Lord Cemetery was indeed a rather dangerous place. For the inexperienced Azure Dragon group, they should indeed listen to the experiences of the Qilin group and the others. But would he be so kind? All right, since you're all here, let's just discuss it in my Azure Dragon group. Qin Hui felt helpless. She knew that they were up to no good, but she still had to be patient and discuss with them. The group moved to the Azure Dragon Hall of the Azure Dragon Group and conversed in the hall. Su Yu listened from the side and unexpectedly discovered that the so-called Evil Lord Cemetery was a mysterious place similar to the Glaze ancient cave in the West region. The Evil Lord Cemetery was the main reason why the East region was filled with evil aura all year round. At the beginning of the era, there were many almighty beings killing each other here. After they died, their bones were buried here, forming a cemetery called the Evil Lord Cemetery. As time went by, the bones gave birth to a powerful evil aura, and every year it would erupt in large amounts to the outside world. Once it completely erupted, not just the East region, but all 4 regions would be engulfed by the shocking evil aura. By then, the entire outer regions, from the Azure Dragon civilization to the West region's Sea of Constellation civilization, would be engulfed by the evil aura and become a world of death. Therefore, the first rulers of the 4 regions joined forces to put a seal on the Evil Lord Cemetery to ensure that the evil aura would not erupt. Every year, the evil aura that leaked out was only a 10,000th of the amount that erupted. Even so, after years and months, the East region would still be covered in evil aura, making it impossible for ordinary people to survive. This year, the Eastern region Immortal Abode would perform a routine inspection of the seals, and the task fell on the top 10 groups. However, although they repeatedly mentioned how dangerous checking the seal was, they rarely mentioned the accidents that had happened in the past. The seal was placed by the first almighty beings. Even if there was danger, it was negligible. That's about the situation. If we divide the work according to this method, we should be safe, Zishaoyin said. Qin Hui nodded as she pondered. Was she thinking too much? Were they really here just to discuss the division of work? Teacher Z's idea is good, but first, we need to confirm if the teachers of the Azure Dragon Group are qualified for this job. Dan Haiqing smiled insincerely. The rest of the teachers looked over, their eyes full of different meanings. They had come after all. Qin Hui's eyes flickered, and she said, "How do you plan to confirm?" Haha, it's simple. We'll test the strength of the teachers and students of the Azure Dragon Group. Dan Haiqing finally revealed his intention. Qin Hui laughed coldly in her heart and said calmly, "Sure. How do we test them?" Seeing this, the other teachers all sighed in relief. They were not convinced that the Azure Dragon Group was able to get first place this time, so they deliberately planned to expose them. The cemetery inspection was a good opportunity. It's simple. Teacher Z will personally spar with the other 3 teachers. As for the students, Feng Qingyang from our White Tiger Group will test their strength. Hearing this, Qin Hui's gaze changed slightly. She was not worried about Zi Shaoyin. Now, she was also at the advanced stage of the Heaven Tier. Even if she was not as strong as Zi Shaoyin, she would not be much weaker. Chapter 2395. Su Yu looked in surprise at the youth behind Dan Haiqing, who was holding a sword. He wore a simple gray robe, a rusty iron sword, and a bamboo hat. It was hard to imagine that this person was not a wandering martial artist, but a famous White Tiger Team student. Moreover, Su Yu had not seen this person in his previous training. "Brother Su, I'm afraid we're in big trouble," a middle-stage fish dragon student whispered to Su Yu. From his tone, one could hear the deep fear in his voice. Su Yu did not reject his goodwill. "Is he special?" he asked. "Yes, very special. He's the #1 student in the White Tiger Team, ranked 7th in the entire East region Divine Manor," the student said with fear and envy. The top 10 students in the East region Divine Manor can freely arrange their training. Hence, he did not appear during the last training. No wonder he was so unfamiliar. Su Yu thought for a moment, then nodded. He's average. There were about 200 students in the entire East region Divine Manor. Being ranked 7th was not a big deal. The student smiled bitterly. "Brother Su, please don't joke. Feng Qingyang is at the early stage of the Celestial Realm, and he has a powerful ancient iron sword. His overall strength is at the middle stage of the Celestial Realm. Only then did Suyu take a few glances at Feng Qingyang, slowly nodding his head and saying, "Yes, then I really have to be slightly more serious." Ah, the student was stunned, looking at Suyu as if he was a monster. He dared to say he needed to be a little more serious with Feng Qingyang? Was he confident, or was he too arrogant? All right, I'll have to rely on Brother Su later. The student cupped his fists, looking at Suyu strangely before returning to Su Ming and the rest. Su Ming heard the conversation between the two of them and curled his lips in disdain. Bullsh *T. Let's see if Feng Qingyang has the ability to fight back. On the other side, Qin Hui looked at Suyu worriedly. After getting a nod from Suyu, she said, "Sure, let our teacher go first." Zi Shaoyin let out a long laugh. He took a step and soared into the sky as he shouted, "Who wants to go first?" "Me." Chunyin clenched her fists and flew into the sky. The two of them looked at each other and began to exchange pointers with a tacit understanding. Chunyin released the power of a Tao Lord at the mid-stage of the Heaven tier, and even took out her Tao artifact and domain. Zi Shaoyin took a look and chuckled. "Not bad. Middle stage Heaven tier. You've improved greatly compared to before." This condescending tone contained a hint of contempt. "Teacher Z, you're still the same as always, not making any progress." Chen Yun mocked and took the initiative to attack. Her Tao artifact and domain attacked simultaneously. Zi Shaoyin only smiled and quickly dove down. He couldn't even be bothered to utilize his Tao artifact and domain, and he completely relied on his extremely powerful Tao Lord energy to crush down. Puff! In a single exchange, Chunyan's domain was broken, and his Tao artifact was sent flying. He was sent flying on the spot, and blood spurted out from all over his body. It was just a face-to-face encounter. Qin Hui's pupils constricted. Zi Shaoyan's Tao Lord power was much denser than before. Shaking his head, Zi Shaoyan said, "With this level of strength, it's hard for him to take on such a great responsibility." Next, the teachers and students whispered to each other in cooperation, which made Chen Yun feel ashamed. The confidence that came with the breakthrough was completely wiped out. Yu Shan gritted her teeth and flew into the sky. "Let me have a taste of your strength." He was also at the middle stage of the Heaven tier, and with his Tao artifact and domain, his strength was comparable to Qinyan's. The result could be imagined. It was still a single punch, and Yu Shan was knocked out on the spot. Not only that, Zi Shaoyin had even secretly used his hidden force to not only knock her out, but he'd even shattered her dress, causing her to be in a state of disarray. Seeing this, Qin Hui angrily went up and caught her body with her Tao Lord power. She glared at him. "Zi Shaoyin, don't you think this is too despicable?" Although she knew that they were purposely looking for trouble, humiliating a person like this was not something a late-stage Heaven tier Tao Lord should do. Zi Shaoyin calmly said, "I didn't do it on purpose. She can only blame herself for being too weak." Qin Hui put Yu Shan down and was about to rush into the sky. However, Mo Qingdao crisply said, "Teacher, go all out. There's no need to be afraid." As he spoke, Qin Hui's 9-death demon heart suddenly jumped, and a wave of demonic qi flowed through her body. Under this demonic qi, Qin Hui could clearly feel that her Tao Lord power had become violent and full of destructive power. This was because Mo Qingdao had fused the demonic qi into his Tao Lord power. Qin Hui was delighted, and she calmly nodded. "Don't worry, teacher will go all out." After saying this, she stomped on the ground. An entire azure dragon civilization shook. The teachers and students, who were caught off guard, could not stand steadily, and they hurriedly flew up, looking extremely disheveled. At the same time, Qin Hui turned into a ray of light and instantly appeared in front of Zi Shaoyin. Zi Shaoyin was shocked by her abnormal speed, and he punched out without hesitation. Bang! However, what he got in response was an even more domineering punch from Qin Hui. Thud, thud, thud. The teachers and students were in an uproar. Zi Shaoyin was actually forced to retreat. More than half of his robes were torn, and the crown on his head had also fallen off. His long hair was scattered, and he looked especially disheveled. Zi Shaoyin was extremely shocked, not daring to believe Qin Hui's strength. He had expected that after Qin Hui cultivated with the coiling dragonwood, there was a possibility that she could break through to late-stage heaven tier. However, Qin Hui, who had just broken through, was not a match for his punch at all. However, in this exchange, the strength of her Tao Lord power was even above his. It was simply unimaginable. Zi Shaoyin, you've been stuck at late-stage heaven tier for so many years. Why are you still at this level? You've really disappointed me as a latecomer. Qin Hui sneered. The calm expression on Zi Shaoyin's face had long disappeared, and it was replaced by a hint of gloominess. It's too early to say that. Boom! He released all of his Tao Lord power, and he also fully activated his Tao artifact and domain, preparing to deal with Qin Hui, whose strength had greatly increased. Qin Hui was still not afraid. The only advantage that Zi Shaoyin had over her was his dense Tao Lord power. Now this advantage was gone. Did she still need to be afraid of him? She welcomed him fearlessly, and the two of them battled in the vast star domain. The teachers and students on the civilization platform stared at the abnormally intense battle, and their hearts were filled with shock. This was because the battle was completely one-sided. Zi Shaoyin was forced to retreat again and again. Every time they exchanged blows, the Tao Lord would spit out blood. After 100 exchanges, his mouth was already full of blood. However, Zi Shaoyin was extremely unwilling to accept this. He was like a ferocious beast fighting crazily. At this moment, there was no trace of his usual elegance and calmness. However, no matter how he fought, Qin Hui was still able to deal with him with ease, injuring him again and again. In the end, a Tao artifact smashed down, smashing Zi Shaoyin's body until he spat out blood. He fell back to the civilization like a meteor, smashing out a huge crater on the ground. Teacher Zi. Many teachers and students rushed over and fished out Zi Shaoyin, who was beaten half to death. Zi Shaoyin's gaze was weak, but his heart was filled with endless unwillingness and unwillingness. He was a teacher ranked in the top 3. How could he be defeated in such a humiliating manner by a teacher ranked lower than him? This was a great humiliation. Qin Hui floated down. She was only slightly panting, and there was not a single injury on her body. What infuriated Zi Shaoyin even more was that after Qin Hui landed, she said indifferently, "Teacher Zi, you have the cheek to test others with just this bit of strength. Look, you were beaten half to death because of a moment of carelessness. You are truly ignorant and fearless." Zi Shaoyin, who was already extremely enraged, spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Many teachers and students looked at Qin Hui with dissatisfaction. Dan Haiqing was the first to bear the brunt. He criticized, "Teacher Qin, this is a spar, not a life-and-death battle. Why did you attack so viciously?" Qin Hui did not think much of it and said, "If you're not blind, you should be able to see that Zi Shaoyin was the one who attacked viciously. He injured 2 of our Azure Dragon Team's teachers, one after another. Not only that, but he also went all out to fight just now. Why was I the one who attacked viciously instead? Qin Hui, don't try to slander us. The 2 teachers were just too weak and were severely injured because of carelessness. You did it deliberately." Dan Haiqing rebuked angrily. Qin Hui chuckled. "By the same logic, you can't blame me for attacking viciously. You can only blame Zi Shaoyin for being too weak." The moment she said that, many teachers and students became agitated and started criticizing her. "You're being unreasonable. Qin Hui, as a teacher, how can you lie through your teeth? You're too much. How can you treat your colleagues like this? How disappointing. Looking at the familiar scene, the corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Could it be that the teachers of the East Region Divine Palace were all made from the same mold? When he first met Qin Hui, she must have been lying through her teeth too. All of you, shut up. Qin Hui frowned slowly. She raised her voice and shouted. Her powerful Pathmaster's power suppressed all the voices in the area. If you're not convinced, come out and fight me. Don't be so noisy here. Suddenly, the voices in the area weakened rapidly. With the combat power that Qin Hui had displayed, only Dan Haiqing could fight her, but he might not be able to win. Who would dare to come out and fight her? Since there isn't anyone, then shut your mouth and save yourself from being noisy and annoying. Qin Hui had never been so domineering. She felt extremely comfortable. Many years had passed, and there had been times when she had rebuked the world. This feeling was too beautiful. However, as the demonic energy in her body gradually returned to the 9-death demon heart, the powerful feeling gradually subsided. Only then did Qin Hui calm down. This was not her true ability. In terms of ability, she could only be considered an above-average teacher. Cough, cough! Since we've tested the teachers, let's look at the students, Qin Hui said, changing the topic. The teachers and students were naturally unhappy with the results of the test. They had come today to suppress the arrogance of the Azure Dragon Group and force them back to reality. Who would have thought that they would be the ones being suppressed? In terms of the teachers, the Azure Dragon Group had indeed produced a teacher who was ridiculously strong. Next was the students' level. Dan Haiqing's expression was solemn. Feng Qingyang, you go. Chapter 2396. His words were calm and concise, but the forceful confidence and aura he exuded made it hard for others to look at him directly. The teachers and students stared at Feng Qingyang, their eyes filled with admiration and admiration. As a student, his overall abilities had already caught up to the teachers at the bottom of the rankings. If he could successfully enter an 8-star civilization, he would definitely become a famous person in the future. Su Ming and the other two had stern expressions. Their opponent was Feng Qingyang. Even if they joined forces, it would be difficult for them to defend against him. But since things had already come to this, they could not reject him. All right, let's attack together. Su Ming took the lead, looking toward Su Yu. But Su Yu ignored him, silently standing at the side. Su Ming thought to himself, they are facing a great enemy, yet they are still isolating themselves. They really do not understand the bigger picture. Little did they know that in Su Yu's eyes, Feng Qingyang was not worth joining forces against. If they wanted to join forces, then so be it. It would be good for him to observe Feng Qingyang's steel sword from the side. 3 against 1. But Su Yu could clearly feel that Feng Qingyang's aura was stronger. Su Ming displayed his own realm, a strange ring of light. This ring of light immediately attracted the attention of a few teachers, including Dan Haiqing. Their gazes were extremely strange. There was envy and desire. Su Yu's expression changed when he noticed this scene. Was there more to Su Ming's realm than met the eye? Feng Qingyang's expression was indifferent as he faced the combined attacks of 3 people. He did not even unsheath his sword, only showing them the scabbard. One move to finish them off. Su Ming and the rest felt humiliated. They were all students of the East Region Divine Manor, but the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Go! Su Ming and the others' pride was stimulated, and they all attacked. Feng Qingyang did not say a word. He held the scabbard in his hand and lightly swept it in front of him. Frost! Creak! In an instant, the area in front of Feng Qingyang froze into ice. Su Ming and the other 2 were like ice sculptures, frozen in an instant. Their postures were still in a state of attack, but at this moment they could not move at all. The difference in strength was clear. The 3 of them could not last more than 1 move against Feng Qingyang. Next, Feng Qingyang said indifferently, Su Yu stepped into the center of the arena, completely ignoring the remnants of the ice as he passed. He arrived in front of Feng Qingyang. Sensing that something was amiss, Feng Qingyang lifted his head to look at Su Yu, as well as Mo Qingdao, who was on his back. 2 against 1. All right, one move. Feng Qingyang said calmly. Just like before, he waved his sword once again. Frost. Another wave of frigid air rushed over. Feng Qingyang swung his sword and sheathed it. He did not even look at the result before silently turning his head and walking towards Dan Haiqing. He said indifferently, "Next time, don't look for me for such a boring spar. It's a waste of time." However, he noticed that Dan Haiqing's eyes were still fixed on the arena. His eyes were filled with surprise. Feng Qingyang was astonished. He stopped in his tracks and looked behind him. The scene in front of him caused his expression to change slightly. The frosty cold air that was stirred up froze 30 feet away from Su Yu. Yes, solidification. An arc-shaped sword chi froze in front of him. Su Yu, on the other hand, was completely unharmed. He extended a finger and casually tapped on the solidified sword energy. Crack! The icy cold air that froze everything shattered with a crash. He lifted his eyes and looked at Feng Qingyang calmly. "You left after releasing that sword. I thought you were going to admit defeat." As he spoke, he tapped the tip of his foot and a shred of 9-5 ice dragon energy swept forward. Feng Qingyang's expression changed. He unsheathed his sword. A half-broken, rusty sword was unsheathed with a dull thud. The tip of the sword swept across. The cold light was like the moon, cold and threatening. "Lang Yu!" The world suddenly darkened, and a moonlight flashed, shattering everything within its range into dust from the inside out. The ground beneath his feet was sliced into pieces by the moonlight, revealing a vast, empty space. However, what caused Feng Qingyang's expression to change was that Su Yu stood at his original position, not moving an inch. He merely lifted his index and middle fingers, using his sword fingers to block in front of him, blocking the moonlight sword energy. How is this possible? The ones who cried out in shock were not Feng Qingyang, but Dan Haiqing and the other teachers. They knew the power of Feng Qingyang's sword. It was definitely the power of someone at the middle stage of the Heaven Realm. Even they had to be careful when dealing with it. However, Su Yu had easily neutralized it with 2 fingers. What kind of earth-shattering ability was this? They had never expected a mere student like Su Yu to display abilities that were on par with Yushan and Qinyin. "Feng Qingyang, use the 3rd sword immediately," Dan Haiqing urged. However, Feng Qingyang ignored him. He stared at Su Yu for a long time, then took off his bamboo hat, revealing a cold and skinny face. He sheathed his sword and bowed to Su Yu, saying, "I have lost." Su Yu was surprised, looking at Dan Haiqing. "Your teacher said that you still have a 3rd sword. Why don't you use it?" Feng Qingyang shook his head. "There is no need. You blocked 2 of my moves without even using a single move. I have already lost." Oh, he had a whole new level of respect for Feng Qingyang. He had thought that Feng Qingyang was an arrogant person, but to think that he was someone who was willing to admit defeat. "I was just lucky. Thank you for letting me win," Su Yu calmly said. Feng Qingyang nodded. "I hope that we will have the opportunity to work together in the cemetery." After saying this, he ignored Dan Haiqing's rage, once again putting on his bamboo hat and leaving expressionlessly. Qin Hui heaved a sigh of relief. Su Yu's strength was beyond her expectations. He had forced the famous Feng Qingyang to lower his head and admit defeat without even using a single move. Haha, looks like our Green Dragon team is still up to the task of inspecting the cemetery. What do you guys think? Many teachers and students who had come in a threatening manner returned in low spirits, and all of them returned with a bellyful of sulkiness. After sending them off and sending Su Ming and the rest away, Qin Hui's smile disappeared. She bowed towards Su Yu and Mo Qinglong, saying, "Thank you for your help, masters. If not for you, the Green Dragon group would have suffered great humiliation. Without their help, both the teachers and students would have suffered a crushing defeat. "We are all in the same boat," Suyu calmly said. Qin Hui was extremely grateful. Ever since she had met Suyu and his group, her and her teacher's fate had changed drastically. She had to thank the two of them. The most important thing now is to prepare for the trip to the cemetery. Suyu creased his brows. He was not very interested in the evil Grandmaster Cemetery, but he had not thought of a way to take the item from the evil Sanrin, so he could only suppress his impatience for now. There was still a month before the trip to the cemetery. Suyu immediately chose to go into seclusion to study the 18,000 dragon characters. With so many dragon characters, it was not an easy task to piece them together into a complete set of secret arts. Activating time acceleration. Suyu spent close to a month before he finally managed to sort out the sequence and complete it. 9-5 respect technique. Suyu muttered softly, his eyes filled with uncontrollable joy. This was a technique personally created by the dragon ancestor. Its use was to control the dragon sovereign sword and become the dragon ancestor. Once the cultivation was complete, the sword could summon the dragons of the world. Anyone who met the dragons of the sword would not dare disobey. Even the Dragon Emperor would have to lower his noble head in the face of the dragon sovereign sword. "Looks like I can make two preparations," Suyu thought to himself. On one hand, he could remove the mark, and on the other, he could try to control the dragon's sovereign sword to see if it could deal with the scheming Dragon Emperor. But the 9-5 respect technique was personally created by the dragon ancestor. How could it be so easy to cultivate it? Suyu could only comprehend it bit by bit. "Mr. Su, time is up." Outside the door, Qin Hui and the others were already waiting. Suyu opened the stone door and followed them to the cemetery. Along the way, they piloted the flying treasures, while he focused on comprehending the 9-5 respect technique. Half a month later, Suyu slowly woke up, his mind a mess. The difficulty of comprehending this technique was much more difficult than he had expected. So far, he had not grasped a single clue. "Mr. Su, the evil Grandmaster Cemetery is just ahead. Please be careful of the evil energy," Qin Hui reminded him. Actually, Suyu knew they were near the evil Grandmaster Cemetery, even without her reminder. The 9-5 ice dragon energy on the surface of his body had an additional layer of gray substance. It was all the evil energy that had been blocked by the 9-5 ice dragon energy. Looking up, at the end of his line of sight, a cemetery floating in the galaxy came into view. Many ancient tombs were lying in a messy manner in the middle of it. Endless evil energy shrouded the sky above the cemetery. One could faintly hear a terrifying sound coming from the cemetery. It sounded like sharp bones scratching in the coffins. It also sounded like the whispers of hidden evil spirits. Su Ming shuddered. Rumor has it that many ancient skeletons are still alive in the evil Grandmaster Cemetery. I also heard that they are constantly trying to rush out of the cemetery. The three students were trembling, and Qin Hui and the others were not much better off. There were too many legends about the evil Grandmaster Cemetery, and many of them were especially terrifying. It was their first time here, so it was inevitable that they would panic. Qin Hui forced herself to calm down and said, "There is no need to panic. The evil Grandmaster Cemetery is jointly sealed by the first-generation Almighties. Even if those skeletons are still alive, what can they do?" Even so, they were filled with unease. They arrived at the entrance of the cemetery. At the entrance, Zi Xiaoyun, Dan Haiqing, and the others had already arrived with their students. When enemies met, their eyes burned with hatred. Zi Xiaoyun glared at Qin Hui. His right fist, which was hidden in his sleeve, clenched and clenched, showing his inner resentment. Qin Hui was not afraid. She walked over without looking sideways. She said, "Sorry, we are late. Let's go." Dan Haiqing stared at Qin Hui coldly and said, "Let's go." The evil Grandmaster Cemetery was surrounded by ancient seals that could not be passed through. Only the entrance gate allowed living creatures to enter. As soon as they entered, a shocking evil energy assaulted them. Su used 9-5 ice dragon energy, almost failed to defend against it. He looked at Qin Hui and the others. Their expressions were grave as they used the defensive barriers of the Pathmaster's strength. According to our previous division of labor, we will be in charge of our respective areas. Carefully check whether the seals of each tomb are broken. After Dan Haiqing finished speaking, he brought the students to the southwest corner. Qin Hui brought Su Yu to the northern region. Su Yu surveyed the surroundings. He vaguely noticed that in the center of the cemetery there were a few tombs that were obviously higher than the other cemeteries. "Whose tombs are those?" Su Yu asked. Chapter 2397. Qin Hui followed his gaze, her eyes filled with respect. "Those are all cenotaphs. Rumor has it that they belong to some of the 8 great ancient gods." 8 ancient gods. Su Yu's pupils shrank. Ever since he came to the great beginning realm, he had rarely heard news about the 8 great ancient gods. Now that they had come to the Evil Lord's cemetery, they were fortunate enough to see their cenotaphs. "Are you sure?" Su Yu was surprised. If it was a cenotaph, it meant that the ancient gods had already died. Qin Hui was baffled. "This is recorded in the eastern region, divine abode." Su Yu stared at the cenotaphs, intending to go over and take a look. What he wanted to see the most was whether or not ancient god Nine Dragon was among them. "It's better if you don't go there easily," Qin Hui reminded. "The cemetery in the middle area has always been the responsibility of evil Sanrin. We are not allowed to go near it. Even if you get close, the demonic energy in those areas is still ridiculously strong. If you go even a little closer, your mind will be corroded by the demonic energy." She cast a fearful glance at the teachers and students who had not yet gone far. She was afraid that they would learn of Su Yu's intentions. If Su Yu really went and they reported him to Xia Sanren, he would be in danger. Su Yu suppressed the expectations in his heart and slowly nodded. "Let's do our part." They arrived at the northern region of the graveyard. There were a total of 8,000 tombs in the northern region, and they needed to confirm if the seal had been damaged. After assigning the tombs that they were responsible for, they went to inspect the tombs. Su Yu was assigned 2,000 tombs to inspect. Patriarch Heavenstar, Tai Jinshin. Rootless Ant, Immortal Yun Liluo. East Pole Battle Groups, Zhao Wuji. Su Yu recited the names on the tombstones one by one, his heart filled with nostalgia. These were all the heroes of the world when the world was first created. Each one of them was an almighty being whose name shook the world. Now he could only turn into a pile of yellow soil, lying quietly on the ground. Mo Qinglong sighed and said, "If one is unable to transcend life and death, one will forever be a speck of dust in this world." Su Yu was deeply convinced. Death was the coldest and most merciless order in the world. Even he would have to die sooner or later. Sighing in his heart, Su Yu continued his inspection. Suddenly, he noticed that one of the tombs in front of him was moving. His heart raced, and he immediately went forward to investigate. He discovered that it was a tomb named North Star Great Emperor. At this moment, the soil covering the grave was being shaken off bit by bit, as if there was something underneath that was constantly hitting the soil and trying to break out. When he looked at the seal on the tomb, he saw that a thumb-sized gap had appeared, preventing it from being activated in time. He immediately took out some array formation materials and repaired the gap. Chila! After the formation was completely repaired, it immediately began to operate, releasing an extremely dense wave of righteous energy that fiercely pressed down on the tomb. Dong! It was as if the lid of a coffin had been opened and closed again. The sound echoed in the grave. Then there was a rapid creaking sound. Su, you could clearly hear the sound of the skeleton inside scratching the coffin lid. There really was a living creature inside. However, the main point was not the tomb, but the seal. According to Qin Hui, checking the seal was a routine procedure. Since the appearance of the evil Lord's cemetery, there had never been any signs of the seal being broken. Suyu started to wonder if his luck was extremely good, as he had actually coincidentally bumped into him. There are more over there. Mo Qingdao's senses were far superior to Suyu's, so he immediately noticed the abnormality. Suyu swept his gaze across the area, his heart trembling. He immediately rushed over. In the end, he discovered that the soil of one of the tombs had been shaken off. An extremely battered bone claw reached out from within, continuously searching. Seeing this scene, Suyu felt his scalp go numb. He used 9-5 ice dragon energy to freeze the bone claw, then stuffed it back. He then quickly repaired the array, restoring it to its original state, suppressing the evil bones within the tomb. However, just as this tomb was stabilized, he discovered that there was a problem with another tomb. Suyu did not dare hesitate, immediately rushing over to deal with it. Just like that, in just half a day, Suyu had quickly checked 2,000 tombs and managed to repair a dozen broken seals in time. After the inspection, Suyu rushed back to the rendezvous point. In the end, he discovered that no one had returned. Ding! Ding! Suddenly, the sound of an intense battle could be heard from afar. Something had happened. He rushed over and realized that it was the student who had introduced Feng Qingyang to him. He had expressed his goodwill to him before. At this moment, his face was pale as he faced off against a tall skeleton. The skeleton was shrouded in evil energy, its body covered in dense red hair, its eyes filled with scarlet flames. He held a bone knife formed from evil energy, slashing at the student. This strike probably had the strength of someone at the early stage of the Heaven Realm. The poor student was only at the Fish Dragon Realm. How could he withstand this strike? After a few exchanges, half of his body had been sliced off, his life hanging by a thread. Suyu clapped his palm. An extremely dense 9-5 ice dragon energy descended from the sky, freezing the skeleton into ice on the spot. He then quickly rushed over, throwing it into the already excavated tomb and sealing it again. Brother Su, thank you, thank you. The student had been saved and was extremely grateful as he healed himself. Suyu looked around, his heart sinking. Something was not right. The seal of the evil master cemetery had never changed. Why was it continuously damaged? If it had naturally decayed, how could it be so coincidental? After waiting for the student to recover, Suyu said, "Ignore the cemetery for now. Immediately meet up with the other students. If they are in danger, inform me immediately." Suyu tossed him a jade talisman, then flew toward where Qin Hui and the rest were. As expected, when he found Qin Hui, he was also battling an evil skeleton that had crawled out of the tomb. Around Qin Hui, there were already 3 or 4 broken skeletons. Break! Qin Hui sent a Dao artifact flying, crushing the evil skeleton to the ground. "Are you all right?" Seeing that Suyu was safe, Qin Hui heaved a sigh of relief. Mo Qinglong let out a cold grunt. "With me here, will he be all right? Let's worry about the others." The two split up, immediately searching for the others. In the end, when they found them, they were all entangled by evil skeletons. Among them, Teacher Qinyin was the most pitiful, having died multiple times. If not for the 9-death demon heart, which had saved her 4 times, she would have long since become minced meat. Yu Shan was not much better, also dying under the attacks of the evil skeletons. But the most unlucky one was one of the 3 students. He had been killed on the spot by the evil skeletons and could not be more dead. As for Su Ming, when Suyu found him, he had used a halo domain to successfully escape from the pursuit of a group of evil skeletons. "Leave the cemetery immediately," Suyu, who had a bad premonition, said immediately. As Qin Hui fled, his heart was filled with hatred. It's Zishao Yun and the rest. Yu Shan was also filled with rage. Yes, it must be them. They must have done something to the area we were in charge of. Otherwise, how could all the seals have been damaged so recently? Those seals could not have been damaged earlier, but they had been damaged while they were inspecting the area. How could it be possible that someone had not done something intentionally? Chapter 2398. Although Zi Xiaoyun and the others wanted to take revenge on the Azure Dragon group, it was too irrational to do something to the evil Lord Cemetery. If there was even the slightest clue that they were the culprit, the consequences would be worse than death. Messing with the evil Lord Cemetery was not just a normal destruction. It was a threat to the safety of the entire Outer Realm. Even if Xia Sanren protected them, the almighties of the other 3 realms would not let them go. Zi Xiaoyun and the others would not do something like making the whole world their enemy if they had any brains. Sure enough, when they rushed to the entrance of the cemetery, they saw that Zi Xiaoyun and the other 9 groups of teachers and students were all wounded, and their numbers were reduced by more than 30%. Among them, there were even a few groups of teachers who had not returned. What did you do? Zi Xiaoyun's eyes were red as he stared at Qin Hui. Why did the evil Lord Cemetery change so quickly when you arrived? Qin Hui had lost a student, and she had guessed that Zi Xiaoyun was the culprit. Now, she was being questioned by Zi Xiaoyun. How could she remain calm? You are making false accusations. You did something to the evil Lord Cemetery, didn't you? Qin Hui rebuked angrily. You're talking nonsense. Zi Xiaoyun roared. Fellow colleagues, we've been inspecting the evil Lord Cemetery together for so many years, and we've never made any mistakes. It's only this time that the Azure Dragon group joined us, and a disaster immediately befell us. Would you believe us if we said that they weren't behind this? The rest of the teachers and students looked over, their eyes cold. The Azure Dragon group was indeed too suspicious. Qin Hui laughed angrily. Did I harm my own students? Zi Xiaoyun pointed at himself and the others angrily. You only lost 1 student. Do you know how many we lost? 3 teachers and 9 students, all died in there. Qin Hui was speechless. In fact, if Su Yu had not saved them in time, everyone except her would have died in there. But in the face of these aggressive people, Qin Hui's explanation would not have any effect. Everyone, now is not the time to be suspicious of each other. The cemetery is in a mess. If we do not control it, the entire evil Lord Cemetery will go out of control, Su Yu said with a frown. At a time of life and death, there was still internal strife. Zi Xiaoyun's eyes were like lightning as he scolded. Shut up! Who are you to interrupt? However, as soon as the words left his mouth, a cold gust of wind descended, causing the crowd to shiver in fear. Taking a closer look, a skinny old man shrouded in nefarious energy appeared at the entrance of the graveyard with his hands behind his back. His aged eyes gazed into the depths of the graveyard. His appearance made the faces of all the teachers and students change. They all knelt down on one knee and said, Greetings, Evil Sanren. What? Evil Sanren? The man in front of him was the #1 evil cultivator in the East Domain, Xia Sanren. Zi Xiaoyun, you're very disappointing, the evil Sanren said without even turning his head. At a critical moment, you're not even as good as a young lad. His words were very calm, but Zi Xiaoyun trembled in fear. He quickly kowtowed and said, I know I was wrong. The evil Sanren did not say anything else. He squinted his old eyes, looked around the cemetery, and said coldly, It is a pleasure to have a friend come from afar. He stepped lightly on the ground, and many of the evil bones that were about to break out of the ground were suppressed back into their graves. When Su Yu saw this, he could not help but feel fearful. Compared to the Dragon Emperor, this kind of power was not much weaker. However, in contrast, a majestic force that was comparable to the evil Sanren erupted from the ancient god cenotaph. At the same time, a mysterious aura was flowing. Old Xia, this graveyard is not yours. What's wrong with me coming here? The evil Sanren laughed. It's nothing. It's just that if you want to release the evil beings in the graveyard, You'll have to ask for my permission." As soon as he finished speaking, the evil Sanrin's figure flashed and appeared in front of the ancient god cenotaph. Immediately, the aftermath of an earth-shattering battle erupted. The aftermath alarmed the great spell of the entire graveyard, causing it to buzz loudly. Surrounded by colorful lights, the evil Sanrin and an old man in a long robe with unkempt hair and a dirty face fought fiercely. When the two of them fought, their battle power was close to Master Xian's. Many of the evil bones that had come out of the ground were turned into dust by the shock waves of the battle. Su Yu and the others, who were watching the battle from afar, had no choice but to leave the graveyard to avoid being affected. The two of them fought for a long time. Tacitly, they did not destroy the graveyard. Instead, they gradually moved to the depths of the universe. Before they left, the evil Sanrin shouted without turning his head, "Suppress the graveyard immediately, no matter the cost." As he finished speaking, he threw down two shining golden creatures. The two creatures had lifeless eyes. They had no spirituality at all, but the cultivation levels that erupted from them were shocking. They were actually at the great venerable realm. "Are these puppets?" Su Yu asked uncertainly. Although they were puppets, they were living creatures. But if they were living creatures, they did not have the consciousness that living creatures should have. "They are half-living puppets," Mo Qinglong said enviously. Mo Qinglong said enviously, "Half a living being, half a puppet. That boy called Su Ming is also a half-living puppet." Su Ming? When Su Yu had first met Su Ming, he had been surprised. He was only a teenager, but he already had the cultivation of the fish dragon realm. It was unbelievable. So he was a puppet. A half-living puppet transplants the remnant soul of an ancient almighty into the body of a dead creature. With the help of the remnant soul, the body's cultivation is like divine help, allowing it to break through without any bottlenecks. When it breaks through to a certain level, the remnant soul's consciousness will be erased, and it will become a puppet. Su Yu suddenly understood, but this was easier said than done. How could the remnant soul of an ancient almighty be easy to deal with? A moment of carelessness could cause a backlash. Moreover, to transplant it, he would have to order it to cultivate according to his plan. With two puppets, suppressing the graveyard will not be a problem, Mo Qinglong said slowly. Next, the surviving teachers and students worked together with the great venerable puppet to completely sweep through the graveyard, suppressing all the evil bones that had escaped and repairing the hundreds of damaged formations. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. He pointed to the cenotaph of the ancient god and said, "Do we need to inspect that place?" Zi Xiaoyan hesitated. The evil Sanrin had made it clear that they were not to go near that place. But the current situation was special. Who knew if that mysterious person had tampered with the cenotaph? If something used by the ancient god was released, it would be a disaster. Hence, no one refuted Su Yu. Roar! At that moment, a low roar of a beast came from near the cenotaph. The roar shook one's soul, making one feel extremely uneasy. The great venerable realm? Zi Xiaoyan swallowed hard. Su Yu seized the opportunity and raised his voice. "If we hesitate any longer, when that evil creature rushes out, the two puppets may not be able to deal with it. Once it destroys the graveyard and releases all the evil creatures, we will all be finished." With that said, who would still dare to hesitate? After exchanging glances, they immediately followed behind the puppets and hurried to the central graveyard. Su Yu could not help but feel slightly nervous. His emotions were complicated. Chapter 2399. They hoped to obtain useful information from the cenotaph of the ancient god of Jiulong and learn many secrets about the ancient god realm of Jiulong. They did not hope for it, because if the cenotaph was here, it would mean that he had already fallen. The crowd followed the two great puppets through the cemetery and reached the center of the cemetery that no one had ever been to before. The moment they stepped into the center, a suffocating evil energy assaulted them. The teachers and students below the middle stage of the celestial realm could not resist the Pathmaster's strength at all. The students below the celestial realm even lost their minds the moment they stepped in and screamed crazily. With the help of Zi Shaoyin, Dan Haiqing, Qin Hui, and the other late-stage celestial realm Pathmasters, they were able to recover from their evil state. Those who are not late-stage celestial realm Pathmasters, retreat! Zi Shaoyin shouted solemnly. This was only the border of the central cemetery, and they had not reached the deeper parts. The evil energy in the deeper parts was even more intense, and even late-stage celestial realm Pathmasters might not be able to resist it. Thus, only Zi Shaoyin, Dan Haiqing, Qin Hui, and the other teachers stepped forward. Among the students, Suyu stepped forward and said, "Can I go too?" "You." Zi Shaoyin looked at him coldly. "I won't stop you if you want to die." A mere half-step Pathmaster dared to follow them into the depths of the cemetery. He really did not know what death was. Qin Hui hesitated for a moment, then relaxed. With Mo Wu Dao around, even if Suyu is no match for the evil energy, he should be fine. Everyone, split up and find the source of the roar as soon as possible. Zi Shaoyin squinted at the central area, which was filled with the evil energy. The crowd nodded and dispersed. Suyu chose to act alone and headed straight for one of the giant tombs. As expected, the closer he got to the tomb, the heavier the evil energy became. Suyu's 9-5 Ice Dragon energy could no longer defend against the evil energy, so he could only summon a 30-foot small world. The evil energy seeped into the 30-foot small world and disappeared without a trace, like a clay ox entering the sea. Therefore, his cultivation was the lowest among them, but he moved the fastest without any worries. When he arrived in front of a huge tomb, there were words written in ancient blood, "Tomb of the Golden-Winged Ancient God." The words written in blood had existed since the beginning of the era until the end of the current era. It was as if someone had just written it. The blood was suffused with a sharp aura that pierced through the heavens and penetrated through the earth, as if there was an unyielding pride that existed for all eternity. Before he even got close to the cemetery, Suyu was forced back 1,000 feet by the invisible force field. Even Mo Qinglong was unable to block that aura. So the golden-winged ancient god had already fallen at the beginning of the era. Mo Qinglong sighed with regret. Back then, he was a peerless ancient god that could compete with the sacred mountain son of heaven. Suyu shook his head. He was not interested in it. So he turned around and rushed to another cemetery. He saw a sword-shaped tombstone standing alone. Several bold words were written on a ring of black devil blood. Ancient Devil God Tomb. Seeing that number, Mo Qinglong was shocked. Ancient God Devil Lord. As a member of the Devil Dao, how could he not know the first ancient god who created the Devil Dao? His eyes were filled with excitement as he stared longingly at the grave. If only I could take out the relic of the ancient god Devil Reverend. Mo Qingdao stared at the devil blood that was filled with a devilish nature and could kill without a trace, feeling extremely regretful. That was the relic of the ancient god. Even a strand of his hair had the power to shake the heavens and the earth. Unfortunately, with the devil blood guarding it, she could not approach it at all. She dared not have any ideas. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. If only he had the ability to open the ancient god cenotaph and retrieve the relic of the ancient god. Passing by the ancient god Devil Reverend's tomb, Suyu went to the third tombstone. Looking at the words on the tombstone, Suyu's heart trembled. Tomb of the ancient god Evil Reverend. The name of this cemetery was the ancient god Evil Reverend. It turned out that it was named after the ancient god. Unlike the other two tombs, the seals on this tomb were more than 10 times stronger than the other seals. Even so, there was still a strong evil energy under the seal, ready to break out of the tomb at any time. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. At first glance, the evil energy under the seal gave him a sense of suffocation. It was like an ant standing in front of a giant. Even Emo Qinglong was shocked. Finally, I know where the evil energy of the evil Reverend Cemetery comes from. It must have seeped out from the evil Reverend's tomb, bit by bit, inadvertently corroding the entire cemetery. There are rumors that the evil Reverend's tomb is not just a cenotaph, but a palm of the ancient god, evil Reverend. Emo Qinglong said slowly. Su Yu's heart trembled. The palm of the ancient god? A drop of the ancient god's blood had the power of creation, let alone the entire palm of the ancient god. If he could control it, just the thought of it made his blood boil. However, this palm was not something he could touch, not to mention the 10 layers of seals on top. Just the evil energy accumulated over the years could not be ignored. Then, Su Yu walked towards the last tomb. There were only 4 cenotaphs of the ancient gods. The first 3 were not the ancient god Jilong, so there was only 1 left. However, what made Su Yu feel complicated was that it was not the tomb of the ancient god Jilong, but the tomb of the ancient god Jinxian. Sigh. Su Yu sighed softly. He was disappointed, but also gratified. He was disappointed that he could not get more information about the ancient god Jilong, but gratified that the ancient god Jilong might not have fallen. At that moment, a low roar came from beside him. It was the tomb next to the tomb of the ancient god Jinxian. The seal had been greatly damaged. The evil bones inside were stirring and making a huge noise. Su Yu did not dare to deal with the evil bones here alone. How could the person buried in the tomb of the ancient god be an ordinary almighty? He immediately sent a message to Zi Xiaoyun and the others, saying that he had found the source of the roar. No one dared to slack off. Before long, everyone and the 2 great venerable realm half-living puppets arrived. Fortunately, we discovered it in time. The evil bones have not broken through the coffin lid. Zi Xiaoyun heaved a long sigh of relief. He looked at the name on the tombstone and was even more relieved. So, it is the screen of the roaring firmament wolf lord. He was an unparalleled almighty who was close to the master of the heavenly law when he was alive. If his evil bones had come out, we would have been in big trouble. Although it was not an ancient god, the appearance of the evil bones of the roaring firmament wolf lord was no small matter. At least they could not suppress it. Only the 2 half-living puppets could. Let's repair the seal immediately. Qin, we did not want to waste time. She immediately took out the materials for the formation and began to repair the formation. Zi Xiaoyun and Dan Haiqing also began to repair the formation. Once the formation was completely repaired, the disturbance in the evil master cemetery would be over. However, just as the 3 teachers began to repair the seal, the evil bones inside seemed to have sensed something. Not only did it roar madly, but it also increased its speed. Roar! With the roar at such a close distance, the 3 teachers were all hit. They were shaken to a bloody pulp on the spot, and their souls were severely injured. They lost the ability to seal for a moment. Chapter 2400. Qin Hui and Dan Haiqing did not dare stay any longer, retreating quickly. Only the 2 half-living puppets were left to continue repairing the formation. They had no consciousness and could only listen to the commands of Xiaoyun and the rest mechanically, slowly and clumsily repairing the formation. The formation was being repaired bit by bit, but the howling firmament wolf king's movements were getting louder and louder, and his roars were getting more and more intense. Even the 2 half-living puppets were beginning to be affected, their movements becoming sluggish. Zi Xiaoyun and the rest felt their hearts clench as they watched the progress of the formation. It was a race against time. As long as the formation was successfully repaired, they would have nothing to worry about. But Xie Gu was obviously faster. The grave was already shaking, and he was about to dig his way out. The formation still needed some time to be repaired. The group could only worry, unable to provide assistance. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, the 2 half-living puppets had repaired the formation to the last moment. However, an incomparably dense wolf claw had already stretched out from the mausoleum. Seeing that he was about to escape, Su Yu activated the space domain, folding the space in front of the wolf claw 10,000 times. The wolf claw reached out and tore through thousands of layers of folded space. Then it clawed again, shattering all the folded space. However, this gave the two half-living puppets extremely precious time, and they successfully closed the last gap in the seal. Qin Hui's anxious heart finally calmed down. The moment the wolf claw appeared, she was truly shocked. But what they did not expect was that before the formation could unleash its power, the wolf claw exploded with an unusually powerful force, shattering the formation from the inside out. Boom! With an explosion, the entire grave was blasted apart. A pale white skeleton covered in evil qi rushed out with a whoosh. Its terrifying aura had reached the level of a great venerable. Roar! Xiegu let out a deafening roar, pouncing toward a half-living puppet nearby. The latter was expressionless, unleashing the cultivation level of a great venerable as it stood with Xiegu. The other puppet quickly joined the battle. Su Yu observed from the side. He had to admit that the half-living puppets were much more agile than normal puppets. They also retained a powerful battle consciousness, not inferior to a true great venerable. Xiegu, on the other hand, was merely a skeleton that had been corroded by evil energy. At best, it was just a roaring beast. Although the battle between the two was dangerous, the two puppets had the upper hand. Under the nervous gazes of Zi Xiaoyun and the others, the battle between the two sides lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, Rotten Bones let out a wail and was crushed to the ground by the two half-life puppets. Phew! What a false alarm! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Zi Xiaoyin said, "The remains of the howling firmament wolf lord have existed for too long, so the essence of the remains is only at this level. If it were 10,000 years ago, the cultivation of the remains would at least be at the middle stage of the great venerable realm. At that time, it would really be a disaster." Qin Hui's furrowed brows relaxed. It was indeed a false alarm this time. He had thought that the skeleton of the howling firmament wolf lord would be extremely difficult to deal with. But who would have thought that it would be so easy to suppress? Just as everyone was about to step forward and seal the skeleton back into the mausoleum, suddenly an undetectable earthen yellow halo flashed past howling firmament wolf's eyes. Su Yu was observant, so he noticed it immediately and said, "Be careful!" As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't even have time to retreat. The evil bone's entire body released an explosive yellow halo. The two half-life puppets were blasted away on the spot. Rotten Bones slowly got up, his body more than 10 times larger than before. His aura was still rising crazily. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through to the middle stage of the great venerable realm. Swoosh! His 4 legs exerted force, and he leaped toward a half-life puppet that was flying backward. With a swipe of his claws, he tore the half-life puppet into 2. Immediately afterward, it made a turn in the air and rushed to the other half-life puppet, biting it into 2 with a single bite. The 2 great venerable realm half-life puppets were destroyed within a few breaths. Zi Xiaoyun and the others, who had also been blasted away, crawled up with injuries all over their bodies. They were just in time to see the end of the 2 great venerable realm puppets, and their faces were as pale as paper. How could this be? How could Rotten Bones' cultivation level increase without any warning? Zi Xiaoyun's lips trembled. After killing the 2 great venerable realm puppets, Rotten Bones let out a low growl and turned his head toward them. Swoosh! Xiaolang leaped toward them like a bolt of lightning. The group only had time to put up their defenses before they heard a series of pathetic cries. Turning back to look, 3 teachers and students had been turned into puddles of blood. Xiaolang stood behind them with a mouth full of blood. He slowly turned around, preparing to launch a second attack. Su Yu's gaze turned cold. He had no choice but to use the heavenly dragon body, turning into a snow-white giant dragon. Roar! With a low growl, rotten bones charged over once again. Su Yu could not even discern his trajectory, only feeling a warm sensation beside him. His face was splattered with blood. Another few teachers and students were killed in an instant, including a later stage Celestial Realm teacher. The people who had fallen were all around Su Yu, and he was the only one who was unscathed. Drip, Mo Qinglong, who was on Su Yu's back, had a drop of demonic blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, sliding down Su Yu's cheek. To think that I am no match for a skeleton that has been dead for an entire era. Mo Qinglong's face was pale. There was a hideous claw mark on his back. Just now, Mo Qinglong had used his body and demonic path to barely block the attack. Otherwise, Su Yu would have been dead. Su Yu's heart trembled. He had not expected to owe Mo Qinglong his life. Save your gratitude for the future. Now, lend me your cultivation level. Otherwise, we will both die. Mo Qinglong was on Su Yu's back, unable to move freely. It was easier for Su Yu to use his cultivation level. Looking at Zi Xiaoyun and the others, who had already disappeared without a trace, Su Yu nodded. A ferocious enemy at the middle stage of the great venerable realm was beyond what he could handle. All right. Su Yu nodded. He immediately felt the boundless demonic energy from where he had fused with Mo Qinglong's body, crazily entering his body. Both Su Yu's body and vision had undergone earth-shattering changes. It was as if a mortal had suddenly stood at the peak of the clouds, overlooking the world. Is this the feeling of the great venerable realm? Su Yu muttered, but he did not have time to think. Xie Lang's attack had failed, so he pounced over again. Su Yu let out a cold grunt. His dragon body shook violently, and his dragon tail, carrying the power of both ice and demonic energy, struck Xie Lang's head. Thump! With a dull thud, Xie Lang was sent flying by the dragon's tail. But Xie Lang did not retreat. Instead, he became even more ferocious, roaring furiously as he tried to bite Su Yu's 10,000-foot dragon body. Su Yu waited with rapt attention. He opened his dragon mouth and spat out an icy dragon's breath, freezing everything in the world. But Xie Lang was unusually strong. His hard skull shattered the ice in an instant, charging straight for Su Yu. Chapter 2401. Mo Qinglong reminded him, use your powerful techniques as soon as possible. You can only withstand 10 breaths of my cultivation level. She cultivated the demonic path. If Su Yu borrowed it for too long, he could easily fall into the demonic path and lose himself, becoming a humanoid monster that only knew how to kill. Su Yu's heart shuddered, not daring to hesitate any longer. There were many secret techniques of the Dragon Clan, but there was only one that he had mastered and was the most powerful. Taking a deep breath, the dragon blood in Su Yu's body boiled and burned rapidly. Dragon blood boil. Su Yu bellowed, releasing the mysterious Dragon Clan incantation. In an instant, a vast, obscure power descended from the heavens and earth. The sky and earth were instantly dyed blood red. It was as if fresh blood had been splashed, extremely eerie. Finally, the blood-red color of the heavens and earth converged into a palm-sized ball of light, gathering within Xie Gu's body. Crack! Even as strong as Xie Gu was, his body was breaking apart from the inside out. Streaks of red seeped out from his bones. It turned out that every part of his body had been destroyed by that obscure power. Walala! Chunks of shattered bones flew toward him, but Su Yu blocked them with his dragon body. He was shocked. The power of the dragon blood boil, unleashed at different levels, was vastly different. Unleashed by a middle stage Great Venerable, it could kill a later stage Great Venerable. Suddenly, Su Yu felt a shred of the explosion shoot out in the opposite direction. Looking at it, the shred was a little strange. It was not pale white, but a faint gold. Even stranger, it seemed to have a spirit, as if it was alive. It could go against the force of the explosion. Su Yu chased after it, grabbing the shred with his dragon claw. Unexpectedly, the shred was terrifyingly heavy. Su Yu's 10,000-foot dragon body, with a cultivation level of a middle stage, Great Venerable, was dragged downwards by the heavy shred, finally smashing into the ground with a thud. "What is that?" Mo Qinglong was shocked. It was just a shred of bone, so how could it be so heavy? Even Xie Gu's entire skeleton could not be this heavy, right? Su Yu grinned, opening his palm. The golden shred lay quietly on his palm. He grabbed a piece of evil wolf's bone and compared it to the golden bone fragment. He realized that the two were completely different. They were not made of the same material. Moreover, what was very special was that this golden bone fragment was not tainted with any evil aura. Traces of evil energy that could be seen with the naked eye were attached to the golden bone fragments, attempting to seep into them, but to no avail. This bone fragment had been here for an entire epoch, not to mention a piece of bone. Even a great venerable realm powerhouse would be corrupted after a long time here. Looking at the howling firmament wolf lord, he had almost become a heavenly Tao lord when he was alive, but in the end his skeleton was not completely demonized. Su Yu's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the tomb of ancient god Jinxian as he recalled the sudden change in Xie Gu's abilities. Mo Qinglong had the same thought, and his eyes were filled with bewilderment. "Hey, could it be that you picked up a fragment of ancient god Gold Profound's remains?" The two of them thought of the same thing at the same time. While his cultivation could still be used, Su Yu immediately went to the tomb of the howling firmament wolf lord and dug up the collapsed ruins to take a look. Sure enough, he found a gap as wide as an arm between the tomb of the howling firmament wolf lord and the tomb of the ancient god Jinxian. The two were connected. The howling firmament wolf lord's bones must have dug a passage when the ancient tomb seal was broken. Instinctively, he felt that fusing with this bone fragment would make him stronger. However, he did not expect to run into Su Yu and the former #1 demonic cultivator of the North region. After confirming this, Su Yu was indescribably excited. Until now, he had only obtained the blood of the ancient god Jielong, and it was used to write letters. The remaining dried blood was indescribably weak. This was the first time he had obtained the bone fragment of an ancient god. He immediately turned back and stored the incomparably heavy golden bone fragment into a space storage device. Having done this, Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief, but he also felt an inexplicable sense of irritation. His heart was vaguely filled with an irritation that had nowhere to vent. "Time's up. You have begun to be affected by my demonic energy." Mo Qinglong sensed Su Yu's abnormality and immediately withdrew his demonic energy. The irritation in Su Yu's heart quickly disappeared, as if it had found a floodgate. At the same time, his cultivation level returned to normal. The powerful feeling of looking down on the world receded like a tide, leaving him feeling empty. However, this feeling was forcibly erased in an instant. There was no need to be envious of others. As long as he could transform the other 8 great laws into the domain and become a pathmaster, his cultivation level would not be lower than the great venerable realm. After collecting his thoughts, Su Yu's gaze turned slightly, and he sped towards the exit of the cemetery. Outside the cemetery, Zi Xiaoyun and the others were hesitating. They had sensed the great battle in the cemetery, but they did not dare to enter, nor were they willing to leave. At this time, students who had escaped came running out one after another. Su Yu was among them, his face full of fear. Seeing him, Zi Xiaoyan and Dan Haiqing's eyes flashed at the same time. They secretly thought that Su Yu was lucky to have survived. More than half of the students who had entered this time had died inside. Only Qin Hui knew that not only could Su Yu not have died inside, but the one who had fought with the howling firmament wolf lord was most likely Su Yu. "Wait here for the time being," Zi Xiaoyun said slowly. A day later, from the east, a majestic aura descended, appearing in the center of the cemetery. The person who had appeared was the Xie Sanren. His face looked a little weak, and it was obvious that he had not gained the upper hand in his battle with the mysterious elder. Old geezer Xuanji, I'll remember this debt for now. The Xie Sanren snorted coldly. His eyes then fell on the ancient tomb of the ancient god Mysterious Gold. With just a glance, he could tell that something was amiss. He immediately jumped into the tomb of the howling firmament wolf lord, his expression changing abruptly. Damned old thing, you really did something to the tomb of the ancient god Mysterious Gold. He hurriedly looked around and finally found the place where the evil bones had been scattered. His face was gloomy. It's gone. Was it a diversion? Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at the crowd at the entrance of the cemetery, rushing over quickly. As he landed, he asked, "Who scattered the howling firmament wolf, Lord's evil bones?" In response, Zi Shaoyan was terrified. "We don't know either. After the evil bones unleashed their power, their divine power was so great that we could not escape in time. We have no idea who suppressed them." The Xie Sanren narrowed his eyes, staring at the later stage celestial realm teachers. With a shake of his body, the storage artifacts of the teachers left their bodies and appeared in front of the Xie Sanren. He swept his gaze across the teachers, checking their storage artifacts one by one. After confirming that there were no relics of the ancient god Jin Xian, his expression was one of disappointment. Looks like it was really old geezer Xuanji's plan to lure me away, then send someone to retrieve the relics. How detestable! As for Su Yu and the other students, the Xie Sanren did not even think of checking their storage artifacts. The students had no chance of entering the depths of the cemetery. Entering would mean death. Furthermore, it was even more impossible to fight the evil bones. Therefore, he directly ignored the students. Let's return to the East region, divine manner first. The Xie Sanren's tone was a little low. Su Yu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had not checked his storage artifacts. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. A few days later, the students returned to the East region divine manor, and Su Yu returned to the Azure Dragon civilization. What a pleasant surprise! Su Yu took out his storage artifact, his face full of anticipation. Mo Qinglong was not in a good mood. Or rather, it was a narrow escape. That Xie Sanren is not a kind soul. He is even more savage than a demon like me. If he finds out that you took the ancient god Jin Xian's bone fragments, you will definitely be turned into a half-living puppet. Su Yu calmly said, "Even if someone were to die, wouldn't it be you, the number one demon of the north, who dies first? In his eyes, I am Banat." "Humph. Do you think I want to be with you?" Mo Qinglong thought of his situation, his head aching. At this point, Su Yu's gaze was gloomy. "Now that things have come to this, can you tell me what you mean by the item on the Xie Sanren?" Mo Qinglong wanted to say something, but hesitated. But at this point, there was no point in hiding anything. "It is not an item. To be exact, it is a living being," Mo Qinglong said. In the early years of the new era, the master of the mysterious Path Palace gathered the masters of the 4 great regions to discuss the division of the territories of the 4 great regions. Among them, the first-generation Eastern region lord used the excuse of suppressing the evil sovereign cemetery to ask the palace master of the mysterious Dao Palace for a magic treasure that could suppress the cemetery at any time in case of an emergency. Mo Qingdao revealed a secret that very few people knew about in the early era. Su Yu nodded. Did the master of the mysterious Path Palace agree? No. Mo Qinglong sneered. If the first-generation master of the East region really had such a treasure, the other 3 regions would have been conquered long ago. So, the master of the palace made other arrangements. He sent someone to follow the master of the East region. If anything happens to the cemetery, that person can take action and suppress the cemetery. Su Yu could not help but be curious. What kind of creature is that? I don't know. Apart from the master of the East region, no one knows, Mo Qinglong said slowly. The only thing I know is that that person has no self, no heaven, no earth. He is a pure and blank person. Moreover, he only has a single consciousness, and that is to suppress the graveyard. Apart from any changes to the graveyard, he will not do anything else. That person is still by the Sia Sanren's side and has not left his side at all. A person with no self? In other words, he does not even know who he is? That person has the power of the mysterious Pathmaster, and he is constantly releasing it. As long as we can get within 3 feet of him, we can use a bit of the mysterious Pathmaster's power to erase the Dragon Emperor's imprint. And Mo Qinglong's eyes were filled with anticipation. Su Yu furrowed his brows. It was different from what he had imagined. That was not an item, but a living being. Things could be stolen, but how could a living being be stolen? If the other party resisted, the power of the mysterious Pathmaster would immediately turn him into ashes. So, do you have a plan to get close to that living being? And Mo Qinglong asked. Su Yu's eyes flickered as he said, No, but I have some ideas. Tell me about it. And Mo Qinglong's eyes suddenly lit up. Su Yu said slowly, If I am not mistaken, the injuries on the Sia Sanren's body are not small, are they? Chapter 2402. That's great. Su Yu's eyes flashed. If I'm not mistaken, the evil Sanren will definitely issue an important command soon. Oh, are you so sure? Mo Qingdao did not understand where Su Yu's confidence came from. Su Yu chuckled. Of course. Mo Qingdao sighed. All right, I hope it's as you say. I will enter a deep slumber for the next few days. Do not disturb me unless it's urgent. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Was this the side effect of lending his cultivation to Su Yu? How could such a heaven-defying technique not come with a price? All right, Su Yu said. In the following time, Su Yu immediately went into seclusion to study the broken bones of the ancient god Jinxian. From the outside, there was nothing special about it. He could not even feel the pressure it should have. It was just extraordinarily heavy. This thing is hard and heavy. I'm afraid ordinary attacks will not be able to see through its mysteries, Su Yu pondered. His eyes flashed, and he spat out an icy dragon's breath in an attempt to attack. In the end, the broken bones showed no signs of freezing. Then he used many other techniques, but none of them could do anything to him. Could it be that I can't handle a piece of broken bones of the ancient god? Su Yu muttered to himself. After confirming that Mo Qingdao was really in a deep slumber, he took out the divine 9-dragon cauldron. As soon as the divine cauldron appeared, it trembled slightly. The 9 flying dragons roared, producing a weak response. Do the objects of the ancient gods sense each other? If that was the case, it would be easy. Su Yu placed the broken bones into the divine cauldron. Suddenly, the golden light on the surface of the broken bones dimmed, transforming into the color of crystal. A crystal bone! Su Yu was shocked. Looking at the crystal bone, there was a tiny drop of 9-colored liquid, as thin as a strand of hair. How could Su Yu not recognize this item? The blood of the ancient god. His heart skipped a beat. This was not the dried divine blood of the ancient god Julong, but the blood of a real ancient god that had been perfectly preserved. Although the amount was extremely small, not even a drop, just a trace, the energy contained within was probably unimaginable. At the very least, 10 drops of the insect ancestors' ancestral blood might not be able to compare to this drop of ancient god's blood. Under Su Yu's gaze, the drop of 9-colored blood slowly flowed out of the broken bones. Ancient god 9-dragon spun, and the weak sliver of ancient god blood slowly diluted until it was half a cauldron of god blood. Even so, the energy contained in a drop of diluted god's blood was still extremely terrifying. It was only slightly inferior to a complete drop of ancestral blood. Su Yu's heart was burning with passion. He tried to use a drop of divine blood to activate the ancestral dragon's strange feather and the insect ancestor's finger. However, he discovered that he couldn't activate them. It's been diluted too much. Su Yu was quite disappointed. However, just as he was feeling extremely disappointed. Suyu suddenly discovered that his mind was much clearer when he stared at the divine blood. Much of the chaos in the past was now as clear as the moon in front of the clouds. Could it be that the diluted ancient god's blood has the ability to increase one's perception? The more Suyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. What kind of existence was the ancient god? Standing at the peak of Tao Lords, there were peerless powerhouses comparable to the sacred mountains, heavenly suns. Their every move contained the great Tao of the heavens. A single drop of blood contained boundless power of comprehension. What was impossible about that? His heart warmed up, and he swallowed the drop of ancient god blood. A wave of spiciness surged, and his whole body felt like it was being burned. It was unbearable. However, Suyu's mind was unprecedentedly clear. Everything in the world seemed completely different to his senses at this moment. He endured the excruciating pain and took out the 9-5 supremacy art. He fixed his eyes on it. Previously, he couldn't even make out the slightest bit of the mysterious art. Now he could finally understand some of it. The extreme of the world is the 9, and the 4 directions are the 5. When the yang energy is abundant, the flying dragon is in sight. Suyu murmured in his heart as he entered the most mysterious state of mind. The pain in his body gradually faded away and was replaced by a vast image. In the image, there was an old man dressed in ancient clothes with an ancient crown on his head. He was holding a long sword in the shape of a dragon, and he stood under the 10 giant projections with his head held high. Ordinary dragons heed my command. The old man waved the long sword in his hand, and thousands of dragons dashed toward the 10 giant majestic figures, like moths flying into a flame. Suyu was shocked. He was shocked by the 10 majestic figures, and he was even more shocked by the sword in the old man's hand. It was the royal dragon's sovereign sword. It went without saying who the old man holding the sword was. The ancestral dragon. He was leading the dragons to fight against the 10 heavenly sons of the holy mountain. He wanted to continue watching, but the image stopped abruptly. Suyu came back to his senses, but he couldn't calm down for a long time. When he inadvertently touched the royal scepter dragon sword in his bosom, he faintly felt that there was a faint connection between him and the royal scepter dragon sword. The 9-5 supremacy art also had an indescribable feeling. It is indeed effective. Suyu was secretly delighted. He was about to take out another drop of the ancient god's blood when Qin Hui's urgent knocking came from outside the secret room. Master, we have a mission. Suyu had no choice but to put away the ancient god's blood and the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Opening the stone door, Suyu asked, "Oh, what kind of mission?" "Head to the East Pole Market and purchase 3 boxes of myriad Tao stones." Qin Hui's expression was a little ugly. Just as Suyu was about to ask where the East Pole Market was, Mo Wudao, who was on Suyu's back, snapped out of his daze. "You were right. The evil Sanren gave an order." Suyu said, "How do you know that it must be the evil Sanren's order?" "Do you still need to ask?" "The myriad Tao stone is the Path Master's divine healing medicine." Mo Wudao rolled his eyes, but the way he looked at Suyu had changed. He was curious. How could Suyu be so sure that the evil Sanren would give an order? What if the evil Sanren had the myriad Tao stone and did not need to give an order to search for it? Should I say that you guessed it, or that you have incredible foresight? Mo Wudao looked at Suyu strangely. Suyu's expression was calm. "Just take it as me guessing." Actually, this was all within Suyu's expectations. According to his calculations, the evil Sanren could have given one of 2 orders. One was to send someone to search for the divine healing medicine. The other was that he had the divine healing medicine himself, but during the healing period, he would order his master to protect him in seclusion. Both orders were beneficial for Suyu to get close to the legendary creature. Now that he had given the first order, it was also within his expectations. "Let's go," Suyu said as he stood up. Mo Wudao was a little annoyed by Su Yu's confidence. Haha, seeing how confident you are, I'm afraid you don't even know what kind of place the East Pole Market is. Su Yu thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't need to tell you. I can guess. It should be the most chaotic place in the East region, right? It's probably a place where crooks and honest people from the East region and even the other 3 regions gather. It's a lawless place that even the divine manner of the East region cannot control. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Hui covered her mouth. Wow, Master, did you really guess that? It's almost the same as the real situation. Mo Wudao laughed. I'm afraid you already knew about it. You're just showing off. Su Yu smiled. That's not it. This is the first time I've heard of the East Pole Market. However, as the master of the East region, the evil Sanren needs to send his own people there to purchase the myriad Tau stone instead of having the people from the East Pole Market send it over. This shows that the market is not under his control. And a place that even the evil Sanren cannot control is definitely a place where darkness runs amok. Listening to his analysis, Qin Hui's face was full of admiration. Master is really a godly person. A single leaf reveals autumn, and a single word reveals everything. Mo Wudao was also surprised. She could not tell that a human like Su Yu could be so intelligent. Haha. Then let's see how you play smart in the East Pole Market. That myriad Tau stone is not that easy to buy. Mo Wudao was convinced, but he was not convinced. Not long after, outside the divine manor of the East region, Su Yu, Mo Wudao, and Qin Hui met up with Dan Haiqing and Feng Qingyang of the Qilin team. This time, the evil Sanren had named the Azure Dragon team and the Qilin team to carry out the mission. Although Dan Haiqing did not like Qin Hui and Su Yu, this trip was of great importance. He did not dare obstruct them, lest he ruin the plan and incur the wrath of the evil Sanren. This round trip will take about 2 years. Has the Azure Dragon team settled everything? Dan Haiqing asked calmly, as if the grudge from before had never happened. Qin Hui nodded. Everything has been settled. There's no time to lose. Let's set off as soon as possible. The 3 of them set off immediately, riding on an evil spirit heavenly ship of the East region divine manor. In an instant, they traveled billions of miles toward the deepest part of the East region. The East region was the place closest to an 8-star civilization. Very few people ventured deep into its depths. Every once in a while, the 8-star civilization would release waves of destructive light to sweep away the starry universe outside of their civilization. Such waves of light could easily destroy living beings. Even great venerables would find it difficult to protect themselves under the destructive waves of light. In addition, there was no clear pattern to the release of the waves of light. No one knew if they would be hit by a wave of light while walking in the depths of the East region. Only the East Pole Market, which was built on an ancient ruin that had existed since the beginning of an era, was not afraid of the destructive waves of light. That was why it became a place of exile for evil people who had nowhere else to escape to. Because it was dark and chaotic there was no one to govern it. Hence, many shady transactions were held there. The myriad Tau stone was an extremely rare mineral that could heal Yellow Path Master's injuries. This item was extremely precious. At present, the myriad Tau stone on the market had long been sold out and had fallen into the hands of various Path Masters. And those Path Masters would never take it out to sell, especially since the end of an era was imminent. As a holy healing item, it was even more impossible to sell it. If someone had to sell it, it would not be for sale, but for sale to someone else. The fate of that someone else could be imagined. Hence, the myriad Tau stone could only be sold in the East Pole Market. Who would dare to sell it anywhere else? It was likely that the relatives and friends of the deceased, or even the factions, would immediately discover it and start hunting it down. After half a year's journey, they passed through countless dead and desolate areas of the East region before finally reaching the end of the East region. In a dark and gloomy universe, The universe here was filled with mud of unknown origins. Civilizations floated on it, drifting with the waves. Where did the mud come from in the void? So you asked, puzzled. Chapter 2403. Qin Hui shrugged. It has existed since ancient times, and we are not very clear about its origins. Is that so? Su, you secretly noted it down. Under the leadership of Qin Hui and Dan Haiqing, a group of people flew to a civilization covered in mud. As soon as they entered the civilization, the stench was extremely pungent. There was no soil for ordinary creatures to reproduce in the civilization. Only martial artists and powerful martial artists at that could adapt to such a dead civilization. After landing, Qin Hui and Dan Haiqing divided the Tao coins they had brought, and each chose a side to search for the myriad Tao stone. Smart man, where are you going to find the myriad Tao stone? Mo Qinglong seemed to be testing Su Yu. Su Yu answered smoothly, there is no need to look for it. Someone will help me. Mo Qinglong was stunned, not understanding what Su Yu meant. A crisp little girl's voice sounded behind them. Guest, do you need to buy something? I can lead the way. Turning around, he saw a pitiful 13-year-old girl in a green dress. She had a pair of especially lovable big eyes, and she was nervously pinching the corner of her clothes, looking weak. Mo Qinglong stared at Su Yu suspiciously, wondering if this girl had been arranged by Su Yu. How could there be such a person who could foresee things so quickly? Su Yu smiled lightly. I want to buy the myriad Tao stone. Do you know where I can find it? The little girl nodded. I know I can lead the way, but I need 3 Tao coins. Sure. Su Yu took out his money card and made a deal with her on the spot. Lead the way. If you buy the myriad Tao stone, you will be rewarded. Su Yu patted her on the shoulder. The little girl led the way in front of them happily, and they came to a very well-decorated shop with the words, Treasure Heaven Pavilion. Looking inside, the counters were filled with forbidden items that were rarely seen in the outside world. Among them were the remains of the dragon clan that no one in the other 3 regions dared to sell. However, the shopkeeper was not at the counter. The business in the shop was cold and cheerless, and there was no one around. Shopkeeper Han, there are guests. The little girl shouted crisply. Oh, they're here. Behind the palace, a fat, middle-aged lizard man walked out, his face full of kindness. Honored guests, please forgive me for not going out to meet you. The little girl pulled on his sleeves and said, Customers, when you buy the myriad Tao stone, you must be cheaper. With that, the little girl left the Sky Treasure Pavilion obediently and waited outside. No problem. The lizard shopkeeper smiled from ear to ear and invited Su Yu and the others to sit down. He said, My 3 guests, you have come at the right time. Our Celestial Treasure Pavilion has just received a batch of myriad Tao stones, fresh goods, you know. Qin Hui was slightly happy to be able to buy the myriad Tao stones so easily. It was much easier than expected. What's the price? The lizard shopkeeper said. 100 million Tao coin, 1 myriad Tao stone. Upon hearing that, Su Yu was secretly surprised. The price of the myriad Tao stone was ridiculously high. It actually required 100 million Tao coins. They needed to buy 3 boxes on this trip, a total of 300 pills. Wouldn't that require 30 billion Tao coins? Only the ruler of a region would be able to make such a large transaction. Qin Hui and Su Yu exchanged glances. The price was still within an acceptable range. The bottom line that Xie Sanren had given was 150 million Tao coins and below. 100 million Tao coins was completely acceptable. How many do you have? Qin Hui asked. The lizard shopkeeper rubbed his palms together. We have a large stock. We have as many as you want, my guest. Qin Hui was about to mention the 150 pieces that the Azure Dragon Group was responsible for, but Su Yu interrupted and said, Just 3 pieces will be enough. A hint of disappointment flashed across the lizard shopkeeper's eyes. All right, please wait a moment. I will go to the back hall to get the goods. The lizard shopkeeper was still very happy that the transaction was successful and returned to the back hall. After waiting for him to leave, Qin Hui lowered her voice and said, "Master, why only 3 pieces?" Su Yu said indifferently, "Do you want people to know that you have 15 billion Dao coins?" After being reminded, Qin Hui realized that she had been careless. It was not a good thing to expose one's wealth in the East Pole market. However, Mo Qinglong's lips curled into a faint smile. He kept sizing up Su Yu with a meaningful look. After waiting for a moment, the lizard shopkeeper walked over with a palm-sized box. He gently opened the box in front of them. Inside, there were 3 irregular nail-sized, pitch-black stones. The stones emitted all kinds of power of rules, which was exceptionally wonderful. This was the Myriad Tao stone. Qin Hui glanced at it and said, "Can you check it?" No one would feel at ease just by looking at such an expensive item. Only by touching it with their own hands could they verify its authenticity. This is the rule, of course. The lizard shopkeeper was very easy to talk to. He presented the small box with both hands and said, "Please feel free to take a look." As he spoke, he tactfully stepped back to prevent the guests from being on guard. However, just as Qin Hui was about to lower her head to check, the retreating shopkeeper suddenly retreated into the back hall. His strange action immediately made Qin Hui feel uneasy. "It's a trap." Without thinking, she threw away the small box in her hand. Although her reaction was fast, she was still a step too late. The 3 myriad Tao stones in the small box shattered with a cracking sound, and black filaments shot out from the inside of the stones. The filaments were extremely sticky, and as soon as they were shot out, they stuck to Qin Hui's body. Su Yu was not spared either, and his whole body was sprayed all over. He tried to use his primordial power to shake it off, but Qin Hui's power as a pathmaster could not do anything to it, much less the primordial power. In the end, Su Yu used the ice dragon's dragon breath, but there was nothing he could do. At the same time, with a crash, the doors of the heavenly treasure cabinet closed. The lizard shopkeeper walked out from the back hall, looking at Su Yu, Qin Hui, and Mo Qinglong, who were stuck to the stones. His face was filled with a cold smile. "My 3 customers, I'm sorry. My shop has not been open for business for a long time, so I can only scrape some money from you." Qin Hui was furious. Would anyone come here to harm the customers in broad daylight? The lizard shopkeeper laughed disapprovingly. "Haha, this is the East Pole market. Who doesn't scam people in broad daylight? Have you learned something new?" Qin Hui was speechless. She had really learned something new. "What do you want?" Qin Hui shouted. The lizard shopkeeper licked his lips. "Of course, I want to scrape 300 million Dao coins from you first, then sell you. Of those 2, one is from the human race, the other is from the demon race, and you are from the moon lady race. You are all rare breeds, hee." Qin Hui was so angry she could not say a word. Su Yu's expression was calm as he said, "If I were you, I would hand over the 3 myriad path stones now, and I could spare your life. Every outsider who comes to my place will say the same thing, but what happens to them, hee?" The lizard shopkeeper waved a bottle of liquid in his hand. Once they consumed it, no matter how high their cultivation levels were, they would lose consciousness. "I am different from them," Su Yu said, suddenly taking out the heaven-destroying rod. "Grow!" Swoosh! The heaven-destroying rod suddenly became 1,000 feet long. The other end accurately touched the lizard shopkeeper's forehead. With a splat, his skull was crushed by the heaven-destroying rod, and he died on the spot. "Don't!" Qin Hui wanted to stop him, but it was too late. She laughed bitterly. "If he dies, who will undo this sticky thread?" Su Yu said calmly, "He naturally has a way to undo it." He took a deep breath and found the space storage device on him. After searching for a while, he found a bottle of snow-white liquid. He dripped a drop on the black sticky thread, and the thread melted completely. After a cup of tea's time, everyone finally removed all the sticky threads from their bodies. Damn it! How dare you betray the East Region Divine Palace? Qin Hui kicked the lizard shopkeeper fiercely and crushed his space storage device in disappointment. She had checked it, and there was no myriad pathstone in it. Ha ha ha. Mo Qinglong couldn't help but laugh. Smart man, is this the myriad pathstone that others found for you? She finally found a handle on Su Yu. Su Yu's face was calm, as if he had not heard anything. He silently opened the door of the heavenly treasure pavilion. As soon as he opened the door, he heard the slightly sinister and hoarse laughter of a little girl coming from outside the door. Old ghost, this time you should give me a big one, right? However, when he opened the door, he saw Su Yu and the others. The lizard shopkeeper's corpse was lying on the ground coldly. The little girl's smile disappeared, and she reacted quickly. Without thinking, she took out a scroll and tore it. A ball of green light flashed within the scroll, and the little girl disappeared without a trace, not even leaving a trace of her aura. Qin Hui blinked. From the moment the little girl appeared, it was a trap. Mo Qinglong's smile deepened, as if he was watching Su Yu make a fool of himself. She had seen from the beginning that the little girl was not what she appeared to be. On the surface, she looked like a weak little girl, but in reality, she was an old demon woman on par with her. It was laughable that Su Yu had prided himself on being smart, but in the end he had been bewitched and believed her words. However, the next moment, Mo Qinglong couldn't laugh anymore, because Su Yu had taken out a jade plate, and there was a spot of light moving rapidly on it. He murmured, "You could say that. From the moment the little girl appeared, I set a trap for her." Wait, Mo Qinglong stared at Su Yu. What do you mean? Qin Hui was shocked. Master, did you know from the beginning that the little girl had another identity? Su Yu rolled his eyes. Isn't that obvious? How could a weak girl survive in a dark place like the East Pole Market, which was filled with darkness and evil? It doesn't take a genius to figure out that she isn't what she appears to be. Qin Hui couldn't help but shrink her neck. It seemed like among the three of them, she was the only one who hadn't realized it. Then, Master, did you locate her? Su Yu nodded. My 3 Tao coins aren't that easy to get. Mo Qinglong immediately recalled that when Su Yu handed her the 3 Tao coins, he seemed to have patted her shoulder. Could he have secretly left a mark then? Why did you leave a mark? This old demon woman is at most a cooperating, habitual criminal. She's just a small fry, so what's the use of locating her? Mo Qinglong asked doubtfully. Su Yu's gaze sharpened, as if he were an eagle that could see through everything. Chapter 2404. After this analysis, Mo Qingdao was left speechless. Her state was too high, so she disdained to analyze an insignificant person. Thus, she neglected many details that she did not pay attention to. However, Su Yu was observant and meticulous, and his analysis was meticulous. She couldn't help but admire him. Qin Hui's eyes lit up. Could it be that she's not alone and has an accomplice? Su Yu nodded with a smile, then shook his head. It's not as simple as an accomplice. There must be an organization behind him. Otherwise, why would he dare to swindle us in such an ostentatious manner? Mo Qinglong frowned. So what if we find that organization? They might not even have the myriad Tao stone. Qin Hui couldn't see through Su Yu's thoughts either. They were here to look for the myriad Tao stone, not to punish evil. They do, and they surely have a large stock of them, Su Yu said calmly. Mo Qinglong asked in surprise, How can you be sure? Su Yu chuckled. Did you forget that when I asked her about the myriad Tao stone, she did not hesitate to say that she knew about it? This means that she is very familiar with the myriad Tao stone. Either she has it on her or she often sees it. With that said, Mo Qinglong and Qin Hui recalled that the little girl's reply was indeed unusually fluent. The myriad Tao stone was something that only Dao, lord powerhouses would use, and it was rarely circulated in the market. A little girl, suddenly being asked about the myriad Tau stone, should also be unfamiliar with it. However, this girl answered without even thinking, showing that she was indeed very familiar with the myriad Tau stone. The way Emo Qinglong looked at Su Yu finally changed. "Human, you are indeed interesting." Qin Hui was of the same opinion. Su Yu's life experience, and wisdom did not seem like that of a 100-year-old boy. Even an old monster like her, who had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years, felt the pressure. "But master, why do you have to go through so much trouble to personally enter her trap and risk your life? Couldn't we have just captured her and forced her to tell us the location of the organization?" Qin Hui asked curiously. In her opinion, entering the Sky Treasure Pavilion was completely unnecessary. Su Yu shook his head calmly. "If I had interrogated her from the very beginning, with her vigilance, she would most likely not have fled back to the organization. Instead, she would have tried her best to get rid of me. Only by shocking her with blood can she be scared into fleeing back to the organization." When Qin Hui heard this, she finally understood the meaning behind it. If it was a normal danger, the girl would definitely use her familiarity with the East Pole market to try her best to shake them off. However, if they were in mortal danger, they would be so frightened that they would immediately flee back to the organization. Qin Hui was shocked. Su Yu had only been in contact with the girl for 10 breaths' time, yet he had already calculated everything perfectly. He had even considered the details of her gaze. Looking at the young man in front of her, Qin Hui hugged herself inexplicably, feeling a chill run through her. Emo Qinglong's eyes were filled with fear and uneasiness. In the past, she had assumed that Su Yu was merely a person who possessed a powerful magical treasure, which was why she had dared to use the innate soul fusion technique and attach it to his body. However, the scene in front of him overturned everything he knew. The human she had possessed not only had a strong providence, but the most frightening thing about him was his flawless calculation. Even though she was an old monster who had lived for half an era, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. With such an enemy, it would really be hard to eat or sleep in peace. Even if his cultivation was still very, very low, as she thought of this, she couldn't help but wonder if Su Yu would plot against her in the future and take revenge on her for forcefully possessing his body. Ahem, Su Yu, if there's anything you don't understand in the future regarding your cultivation, feel free to ask me. I can still give you some pointers. Emo Qinglong coughed dryly, trying to be friendly. So you didn't expect Emo Qinglong to have so many thoughts in such a short time. He said calmly, "You can't give me pointers on my cultivation." He didn't lack anything except the laws of domain. As for the 7 great laws, there probably wasn't anyone in the world who could give him pointers. "You." Emo Qinglong frowned, feeling both angry and amused at the same time. He was the greatest demon of the North region, yet he had humbly offered to give pointers to a half-path master. Yet the other party didn't appreciate it? Many strong men had given everything they had in order to ask for his guidance. Yet Su Yu had done it. However, even though he was angry, Su Yu's cultivation and strength were indeed too strange. His cultivation and physique were obviously not commensurate. His physique was at the later stage of the celestial realm at its strongest, almost reaching the great venerable realm. However, his cultivation was still stuck at the level of a half-path master. She was very puzzled. With Su Yu's luck and wisdom, was it difficult to turn his laws into domain? How could he still be at the level of a half-path master? She stared at Su Yu meaningfully, then said, "Could it be that you're cultivating 2 laws and are planning to turn them into domain at the same time to become a dual domain master?" I guess so," Su Yu said. In fact, he was cultivating 8 laws. Hiss! Qin Hui, who was at the side, sucked in a breath of cold air. In this era, there's still someone who dares to try dual domains. Emo Qinglong was also surprised. Do you know how difficult it is to achieve dual domains? When one becomes a pathmaster, the obstruction of the heavenly law will be more than twice that of a single domain master. Almost no half-path master can successfully achieve dual domains, except for some special constitutions. Special constitutions included the 9 divine bodies. If they knew that Suyu had cultivated the 8 great principles, which were the most profound and abstruse 8 great principles, it was unknown what they would think. Everything will work out when it comes to it. There will be a way. Su, you didn't want to discuss it further. And Mo Qinglong looked at Suyu deeply. Her rationality told her that a dual domain master couldn't possibly appear in this era. But in terms of emotions, this human, whom she couldn't see through, might succeed. Let's go after him. Suyu interrupted their thoughts and went to a residential area in the East Pole Market. In an abandoned house, there was a deserted ancient well in the yard. However, there was another world under the ancient well. A group of martial artists of different ages gathered together, exchanging their experiences. At that moment, the little girl landed, and there was a trace of panic on her face. Our maiden of youth is back. Did you do something big again? A martial artist mocked. The little girl was furious, and she shouted, "Shut up! I'm in a bad mood. Where's the second head?" As she spoke, she walked toward the depths of the ancient well. A middle-aged man was counting the dark stones, and there were dozens of them. "Xiaogu?" The middle-aged man put away the dark stones and said in surprise, "You're back so early. Did you get exposed?" Xiaogu nodded gloomily. "Yes, I ran into a group of ruthless people, and they killed the lizard shopkeeper. I reacted in time, so I escaped quickly." The middle-aged man frowned slightly. The lizard shopkeeper is a strong man at the early stage of the celestial realm. Those people fell into the trap, and they were able to kill the lizard shopkeeper. The strength of the people who did this is not to be underestimated. You're really lucky to come back alive. Xiaogu said unhappily, "Second head, do you mean to let it go just like that? Do you still want to take revenge? We're just bringing business to those unscrupulous shops, not fighting with people." The middle-aged man criticized. "There are rules in every trade, and you can't act recklessly." Xiaogu said, "But those people seem to be very rich. According to my observation, there are 2 groups of people, and their target is the myriad Tao stone." The middle-aged man's eyes shone brightly. Those who came to look for the myriad Tao stone must be rich. However, he was still patient and shook his head. "We're only in the business of leading the way, not in the business of killing and robbing." Only then did Xiaogu reluctantly give up. "They're lucky." But at that moment, with a crash, the top of the entire ancient well was forcibly penetrated. Several figures descended calmly into the ancient well. "I think it's you who's lucky." Suyu crossed his arms in front of his chest, coldly looking down at the group of swindlers below. "I wanted to catch you all in one fell swoop, but seeing that you have no intention of killing us and robbing us, I'll let you go. How dare you trespass here?" The second head's face suddenly changed, and without hesitation, he released the powerful cultivation of the middle stage of the celestial realm, trying to force them back. Qin Hui curled her lips and said disdainfully, "Back off if you don't want to die." Her body shook, and the powerful pressure of the late stage of the celestial realm swept out, suppressing everyone, including the second head, to the ground. The second head's face changed dramatically. "Late stage of the celestial realm, where are you from? Are you a teacher of the East Region Divine Palace?" In the entire East Region, there were only a few strong men in the late stage of the celestial realm. Except for a few in the East Pole Market, the rest were from the East Region Divine Palace. The woman in front of him was so unfamiliar, and there was no doubt that she was from the East Region Divine Palace. "Cut the crap. You know what we're here for, right?" Qin Hui snorted coldly, glancing at the shivering Xiaogu out of the corner of her eye. The second head's heart was bitter, and he realized that it was Xiao Gu who exposed his whereabouts and attracted the other party. He did not quibble and said, "What do you want? Please say it." Qin Hui said, "Hand over all the myriad Tao stones." What? How could the second head bear to do that? These myriad Tao stones were accumulated by their organization over the years, to be used to deal with the destruction of the era. How could he hand them all over at once? "We are willing to compensate you with Tao coins," the second head said. Qin Hui snorted coldly, and with a wave of her hand, she forcibly snatched his space storage device. After a brief inspection, her eyes suddenly lit up. 58 myriad Tao stones! Then, she snatched all the space storage devices one by one, and said with joy, "Everyone has one!" After a rough calculation, there were more than 130 myriad Tao stones, and there were still 20 more to complete the task. "You can't do this. These are all our hard-earned money." The second head was pressed to the ground, and he begged hysterically. They had used all the money they had accumulated over the years to buy the myriad Tao stones. How could they have known that Su Yu and the others would have emptied it? Qin Hui's eyes were cold. Hard-earned money? Is it the money exchanged with other people's blood? You know how many people you have killed over the years. Today, not killing you is already a great gift to you. If you say one more word, I will slaughter all of you. Among the people in the East Pole Market, to put it bluntly, 9 of them deserved to be killed, and the remaining 1 deserved to die. None of them were innocent. If Su Yu had not ordered in advance not to take their lives, he would have killed them all as soon as he appeared. Only then did the group of people obediently crawl on the ground, not daring to resist. Having obtained something satisfactory, Su Yu and the others left. Chapter 2405. In her opinion, Su Yu would not hesitate to kill all of them. Darkness has its own rules. It's better for us not to interfere in this chaotic area, lest we get into trouble. Su Yu's eyes were slightly vigilant. The East Pole Market must have had its own dark order to survive until now. Otherwise, the various forces and strong men would have been at war with each other. How could it be so peaceful on the surface? The one who created the order must be a powerful being who is superior to all of them. That person was the one Su Yu was afraid of. It was not a wise move to start a massacre in the East Pole Market. There are still 20 left. We'll try to get them through the proper channels. Even if the price is a little higher, Su Yu instructed. Qin Hui was stern. Yes, master. After the 3 of them left, the people in the ancient well heaved a sigh of relief. But looking at the space storage devices that had been searched, they were all dispirited. Second head, what should we do? Our years of hard work have all been stolen. Xiao Gu was full of regret. If they had known that this group of people was so difficult to provoke, why would they have asked for trouble? Now it was all over. What else can we do? The middle-aged man sighed. The East Pole Market is a place where people rob each other. We can only blame ourselves for being weaker than them. Xiao Gu said, unwillingly, informed the head. He is at the later stage of the celestial realm. Maybe he can catch up with them. Shaking his head, the middle-aged man said, Don't waste your energy. They are the teachers of the East Region Divine Palace. At the same level, their treasures and divine techniques are more powerful. It will be difficult for the head to take advantage of them. Besides, the middle-aged man had a strange expression. The head should be with Madame Dooming now. This is not the time to disturb him. At the mention of Madame Dooming, Xiao Gu could not help but tremble. If the East Pole Market was said to be a gathering place for a group of vicious criminals, then Madame Poison Fate was a sinner among sinners. It could be said that she was the underground queen of the East Pole Market. Since she came to the East Pole Market half a century ago, she had ruled it with absolute power and became the master behind the scenes. She had set a series of rules that restored the East Pole Market from its initial state of chaos to its current calm. You could offend anyone in the East Pole Market, but never Madame Dooming. Offending her meant death. As for their first master, because of his handsome appearance, he was fortunate enough to be noticed by Madame Poison Order. Every month, he had the opportunity to receive 2 hours of Madame Poison Order's favor. For this reason, the first master had gone to Madame Poison Life's mansion 10 days ago to wait for her. Calculating the time, he should be back soon. Why don't we get the first master to beg for Lady Poison's life? Xiao Gu thought. Second head laughed self-deprecatingly. In the eyes of Madame Poison Life, we are no different from ants. She won't waste her energy to help us recover the myriad Tao stone. Sigh. Xiao Gu let out a long sigh. They had really failed this time. However, just as they were sighing, a cold reprimand entered their ears. So there's another nest. I knew it. You're not alone. Who? The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't even sense the other party's aura, so this person's cultivation must be far higher than his. Dong! A pitch-black shadow suddenly fell from above and rolled on the ground. When it stopped and took a closer look, everyone turned pale with fright. Xiao Yuan! It was the head of a sweet-looking girl. She was also one of them. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Gu had been waiting outside for their prey. They had never thought they would be killed. Haha, a bunch of petty thieves. How dare you deceive me? Today, I will wipe you all out. The person who spoke was none other than Dan Haiqing. He had been targeted by Xiao Yuan the moment he separated from Qin Hui and the others. Just like what had happened to Su Yu and the others, they had fallen into a trap. Dan Haiqing used his powerful cultivation to destroy the black shop. At the same time, he killed Xiao Yuan, who could not escape in time, and found her nest according to her memory. Seeing Dan Haiqing start a massacre, the group of people naturally did not dare to wait for death and fought back. However, Dan Haiqing had been at the later stage of the Heaven Realm for a long time. His cultivation was unfathomable. How could a motley crew like them fight against him? The first to be killed was the middle-aged man who was the second head, followed by Xiao Gu. Everyone else was suppressed under the ancient well and slaughtered one by one. After a cup of tea's time, Dan Haiqing stood in a pool of blood. There was no one left alive. With a look of greed in his eyes, he took the second head's space storage device and searched it. His face darkened. He then searched the other space storage devices, but found nothing. Damn it, this is a wasted trip. Dan Haiqing crushed the space storage device in his hand angrily. How could he be so kind as to punish evil? He had come here with the same purpose as Su Yu. However, he did not know that Su Yu had already gotten there first. I have to search slowly. Dan Haiqing flew out of the ancient well and threw out a divine technique, setting everything in the ancient well on fire. Suddenly, the fire soared into the sky, and thick smoke filled the air. It was not until a day later that the fire was finally extinguished, leaving behind a ground full of charred corpses. Dan Haiqing was nowhere to be seen in the ruins. He was replaced by a handsome middle-aged man with a head full of green hair. At this moment, his eyes were wide open and his fists were clenched tightly. His face was full of grief and indignation. He was the leader of this organization. He had just returned from Madame Du Ming's place when he saw a scene that made his heart bleed. His brothers and sisters who had accompanied him for many years had all been brutally murdered. Only a few people who were out hunting did not return to the ancient well and escaped. Go and find out who did it. The leader's face was gloomy. Yes, leader. The few remaining companions behind him immediately went to investigate with hatred. With their connections in the East Pole market, it was not difficult to find the real culprit. It was only a matter of time. On the other side, Su Yu and the others were wandering around the various shops, buying 20 myriad Tao stones at a price far higher than 150 million Tao coins, barely completing the mission of 150 myriad Tao stones. I can finally go back and report. Qin Hui heaved a sigh of relief. This was the first time Xia Sanren had asked the Azure Dragon Group to carry out a mission. The mission had been successfully completed, and they could report back. and Mo Qinglong asked Suyu, "You have a chance to get close to the man without me." Suyu nodded slightly. 90% sure. 90%? That was quite high. Master, should we wait for Dan Haiqing and the others, or should we go back first? Qin Hui asked. Suyu did not hesitate. Naturally, we should leave as soon as possible. The East Pole Market is not a place to stay for long. After saying this, the group of people immediately left the East Pole Market. As for Dan Haiqing, the myriad Tao stones were too difficult to find on the market. He had searched many shops, but they were rarely sold. Occasionally, one or two would be sold, but the price was ridiculously high, far exceeding the bottom line of 150 million Tao coins. With the limited Tao coins he had on him, it was impossible to buy one. Seeing time pass, Dan Haiqing's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. "Feng Qingyang, you go back first. I will stay behind and slowly search." Feng Qingyang did not suspect anything, cupping his fists and leaving. Dan Haiqing remained alone in the market, his long and narrow eyes slowly squinting. "Don't blame me for being ruthless. You can only blame yourselves for being too evil." A few days later, the East Pole Market was greatly shaken. In one night, the owners of 23 shops had been killed, all of their belongings stolen. Of those killed, the lowest cultivation level was early stage Heaven Realm, and the highest was middle stage Heaven Realm. The culprits' methods were extremely cruel. Everyone in the shops, including the owners, was killed. Even the family members of the owners were not spared. This matter caused everyone in the East Pole Market to panic, all of them guessing who the culprit was. Meanwhile, in a certain underground palace in the East Pole Market, in front of a towering door, the headmaster knelt bitterly, not saying a word. He had already knelt in front of Madame Poison Fate's door for 3 days and 3 nights, only asking her to seek justice for him. However, Madame Poison Fate refused to see him. He struggled internally. If he continued to wait, and Madame Poison Fate still refused to see him, then the culprit would probably have already escaped the East Pole Market. It would be better for him to go all out and fight the culprit until both sides suffered. At this moment, the huge door opened slightly, and an exceptionally handsome young man poked his head out. He said, "Head Wu, Madame Poison Fate has summoned you." Hearing this, Head Wu was overjoyed. He immediately entered the door and came to a wide cave shrouded in a misty pink mist. There were many handsome men. Some were elegant, some were tall and sturdy, and some had extraordinary bearings. They were all rare, handsome men. They chatted with each other, surrounded by an enchanting and charming middle-aged woman. Her appearance could not be said to be very beautiful, but she was not too ugly either. However, her attire was full of charm. Before Head Wu could speak, Madame Poison Fate said, "Is this the person who killed your sons?" Her voice was unusually rough, more manly than a man's. Head Wu was already used to it. He looked at the portrait condensed at her fingertips and saw that it was Dan Haiqing. "It's him. It's him." Head Wu investigated and learned that Xiao Yuan's head had been taken away by a person with this appearance. He speculated that it was most likely this person. Madame Poison Fate's eyes were cold. "The people from the Eastern Region Divine Palace must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall to kill and use force in my territory." There was no doubt that the major incident of 23 murders in one night had alarmed her. It would not be difficult to find the real culprit if she went all out to investigate. Others might not know who Dan Haiqing was, but of course she did. How could she not know the famous teacher of the Qilin group of the Eastern Region, Divine Palace? It seems that he has forgotten himself after not paying a visit to the evil old man for a long time. Madame Poison Fate swung her sleeves. "Men, get out of the palace. I will personally hunt him down." At this moment, someone said, "Madam, according to our investigation, there is another group of people from the Eastern Region Divine Palace. How should we deal with them?" "Kill them together," Madame Poison Fate said coldly. The wantonly slaughter of the people from the Eastern Region Divine Palace had already touched her bottom line. If she did not teach them a lesson with blood, wouldn't people look down on the East Pole Market? Outside the East Pole Market, a warship left at an extremely fast speed. Dan Haiqing stood with his hands behind his back, rubbing the spatial storage device filled with 1.5 million Dao stones. Dan Haiqing was satisfied. There are 22.5 billion Dao coins left. Should I hand them over or keep them for myself? The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He naturally chose the latter. Chapter 2406. Dan Haiqing had obtained a windfall and was exceptionally satisfied. He thought to himself, Qin Hui and the rest probably haven't even gathered 10 myriad Tao stones. They might still be searching in the East Pole Market. He could imagine that after that night's tragedy, the East Pole Market would definitely be under martial law. As members of the Eastern Region Divine Abode, Qin Hui and the others did not have it easy. Thinking of this, he laughed gloatingly. You can't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, he sped up and left the East Pole Market. According to his estimation, it would take several days for the East Pole Market to react and find the real culprit. At that time, he'd already vanished without a trace. The Eastern Domain was so vast, where else could they find him? While Dan Haiqing was deep in thought, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. He lowered his head and scanned the storage space. To his surprise, he discovered that the myriad Tao stone from one of the shops was actually burning on its own. Shocked, Dan Haiqing quickly extinguished the fire. Fortunately, I made it in time. Looking at the slightly damaged myriad Tao stone, Dan Haiqing heaved a sigh of relief. However, he soon realized something, and his expression stiffened. Not good. I've been tricked. That fire should not have been extinguished. In the sky above the East Pole Market, Madame Poisonlife held a pitch-black flame in her hand. Suddenly, the flames flickered without warning. Madame Poison's lips curled up. Found it. He was looking in the direction of Dan Haiqing. I'll be gone for 10 days. Madame Poison Fate ordered. Then, she tore through the void and chased after him. Dan Haiqing's expression was dark and uncertain. After a few changes, he sped up and fled without hesitation. Because of this, he didn't hesitate to exhaust a large amount of his Daelord's power to activate his flying magical treasure to escape. This escape went on for 5 days and 5 nights. Dan Haiqing's face was pale, and he was extremely weak. However, he gritted his teeth and did not dare to stop for a moment to rest. This was because 2 days ago he had clearly felt a powerful fluctuation behind him. They were getting closer and closer. He had already guessed that it was most likely the unparalleled expert who had ignited the myriad Tao stone who had caught up. Thinking to this point, his heart sank. Just as he was feeling extremely worried, he suddenly felt a calm fluctuation not far away from him. Furthermore, there was an exceptionally familiar aura. He was shocked. Qin Hui, see you? Aren't they still at the East Pole Market? He found it extremely inconceivable. However, on second thought, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. The heavens have not wronged me. Gritting his teeth, he continued to drive his magic treasure to chase after Zhang Xian. Several hours later, he arrived at a broken meteorite. On the fallen star, Qin Hui, Su Yu, and the others stood there. Qin Hui raised her eyebrows. Dan, why are you alone? If Dan could sense of Dan Qingyang, they could sense he. Feng Qingyang left first. Why, didn't he meet you? Dan Haiqing pretended to be surprised. Feng Qingyang had left a few days later than Su Yu and the rest. How could he have caught up with Qin Hui and the rest? Now he was probably left far behind. Qin Hui shook her head. Her eyes flickered as she sized up Dan Haiqing. Teacher Dan, are you in big trouble? He looked so weak that he couldn't hide it, even if he wanted to. Dan Haiqing sighed and said, it's a long story. I met someone who framed me, and in a fit of rage, I killed the shopkeeper and the guide. Who would have thought that I would be hunted down by the East Pole Market? Since we're both from the East Region Divine Palace, please protect me. When I recover my cultivation, I will definitely reward you generously." Qin Hui wanted to refuse. They were teachers of the East Region Divine Manor. How could they not know each other's character? Dan Haiqing's words were probably half true and half false, but if he did nothing when the other party was in trouble, he would be punished if the evil Sanren heard about it. "All right, leave after you recover. Don't drag us down." Qin Hui agreed reluctantly. "Thank you, Teacher Qin. Thank you." Dan Haiqing was grateful. Under their protection, he recovered his Path Master powers. Half a day later, Dan Haiqing had completely recovered. His face was rosy. He smiled at Qin Hui. "I will remember your kindness. I will repay you when I return to the East Region Divine Manor." Qin Hui calmly said, "Cut the crap. Let's go." She did not want to shield Dan Haiqing. "Haha, I will leave now." Dan Haiqing cupped his fists and left. Qin Hui only heaved a sigh of relief when she saw him completely disappear from her senses. That old fox got lucky. Su Yu's eyes flickered. He felt that something was wrong, based on his understanding of Dan Haiqing. Since he was being hunted by a strong enemy, he would try his best to stay and fight the enemy with them. How could he leave so openly? Su Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at the place where Dan Haiqing had stayed. At first glance, there was nothing special. But with his transparent eye, Su Yu was shocked to find a few myriad Tao stones hidden under the ground where he had been meditating. Pow! Su Yu smashed the place with his palm and dug out 4 myriad Tao stones. The myriad Tao stones were left by Dan Haiqing? Qin Hui was stunned. Is he that kind? Her intuition told her that Dan Haiqing was not such a pure and kind person. Su Yu fixed his eyes on it and said in a low voice, "These 4 myriad Tao stones seem to have been burned by an unknown flame." He had a bad feeling. After thinking for a while, he raised his hand and threw it into the void. At the same time, he changed the direction of the meteorite and fled in the opposite direction. "Master, we have deviated from the way back," Qin Hui reminded him. Su Yu said, "If we don't deviate, I'm afraid we won't be able to go back." He had mastered the fate law and had a better sense of danger than ordinary people. At this moment, his heart was heavy, indicating that danger was coming. "Oh, then we will listen to Master." Before Qin Hui could finish her sentence, a pitch-black fog that covered the sky floated over from the void behind them. The fog was like a tsunami, engulfing the nebula and tearing the void apart. The aura was extremely shocking. Qin Hui's eyes widened. She had only seen such a monstrous power when Senran attacked. "Run!" Qin Hui shouted. However, the black fog was too fast. In an instant, it had covered a large area of the void. Dan Haiqing, who had fled to a faraway place, was not spared and was enveloped by the black fog. Being in the black fog, the group suddenly lost their direction. Whether it was their senses or their souls, they were all plunged into pitch-black darkness, unable to distinguish the direction. Dan Haiqing's heart skipped a beat. He cunningly restrained his breath and fluctuations and hid himself. His heart was beating like a drum, and he thought to himself, "It's okay. That unparalleled expert should have caught up with Su Yu and the others." While this thought was still lingering in his mind, a warm and moist breeze blew into his ear. "I found you." Dan Haiqing's whole body trembled, and he tried to escape, subconsciously. However, as soon as he moved, he fell down stiffly, and black, poisonous blood flowed out of his ears. With just a breath, Dan Haiqing was put down, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. In the darkness, Madame Duming, who was dressed in an enchanting red dress, covered her mouth seductively. "What should I do with you?" Chapter 2407. In the darkness, the sense of crisis in Su Yu's heart grew stronger and stronger. He used his transparent eye and found that it was the only eye that was not affected. He looked around, and his pupils shrank. His heart raced. An extremely enchanting face was just 3 inches away from him. The sudden discovery of the human face gave Suyu a fright. If not for his extraordinary composure, he would have screamed. The human face opened its mouth and slowly exhaled a breath toward Suyu. Suyu reacted quickly. Without thinking, he took out the insect ancestor's finger and used a drop of the insect ancestor's blood to crush it. A finger that could destroy the heavens appeared abruptly and bombarded the figure that was just inches away. The figure was caught off guard and could only let out a rough male cry before he was blown away by the finger. If it was an ordinary strong man, even a middle-stage great venerable, he would have been turned into ashes. However, the strange, enchanting figure in front of him did not die. A large amount of poisonous gas spurted out of his body, and he was blown away to a faraway place. Suyu took a deep breath. What kind of cultivation was this? A late-stage great venerable? Thinking of this, his scalp went numb. He urged the meteorite to escape frantically. With the transparent eye, Suyu could see the direction and quickly left the darkness. All of you, retract your auras and hide in the meteorite. Suyu shouted. How could they compete with a strong man of the great venerable realm? He still had a drop of the insect ancestor's blood, which could activate the ancestral dragon's bizarre feather once. However, that was a life-saving item. It would not be used easily until the last moment. Emo Qingdao snorted. What bad luck. I can't believe we ran into that damned transvestite. It was obvious that Emo Qingdao recognized who the face belonged to. Don't worry. As long as you hide your aura, I have a way to prevent that damned transvestite from finding us. Emo Qingdao's face was cold. The group immediately entered the meteorite and hid their auras. Emo Qingdao silently recited a spell and performed a secret demonic technique that consumed a lot of the Pathmaster's strength. The surface of the meteorite naturally condensed a layer of weak airflow. Under the cover of the airflow, their life auras disappeared without a trace. No matter how powerful the soul strength was, it would not be able to find the people inside the meteorite. Boom! Half a cup of tea later, the void they were in suddenly darkened, shrouded by a boundless black mist. Madame Poison Fate had caught up. The darkness was deathly silent, but Suyu could feel that there was a black shadow constantly searching in the darkness. Suyu and the others held their breaths and remained motionless. They didn't even dare to look outside to avoid being detected. One day passed. However, they felt as if an entire month had passed, and it was extremely depressing. Right at that moment, the meteorite they were on slightly sank. This slight change could be ignored, but everyone's hearts were in their throats. Someone had landed on their meteorite. How dare you hurt my peerless beauty? Human, I want you to compensate me. Madame Poison Fate's face was slightly distorted. She was flustered and exasperated as she said, I know you are hiding nearby. Don't get lucky. Come out, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, humph! He stomped down. An entire meteorite trembled. The cracking sound spread across half of the meteorite. If she had used a little more force, the meteorite would have been shattered and they would have been exposed. At that moment, Qin Hui almost cried out in fear. Her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Fortunately, Madame Poison Fate jumped to other meteorites to search. One by one, she did not give up. It was not until 3 days later that Madame Poison Fate gave up reluctantly. Humph! You are ruthless. You actually managed to escape my detection. I warn you, never step into the East Pole Market again. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving alive. When she finished speaking, she left. The pitch-black mist quickly receded like a tide. A day later, after confirming that there were no more movements outside, Qin Hui heaved a sigh of relief. She was about to speak, but Suyu reached out and covered her mouth, gesturing for her to keep quiet. Qin Hui was stunned. She did not understand what Suyu meant. A day later, one of the meteors near them suddenly exploded from the inside out. An enchanting figure flew out with a gloomy face. She looked around coldly. Did they really escape from me? What a waste of my time. With a whooshing sound, the enchanting figure broke through the air and disappeared into the boundless void. Qin Hui was scared half to death. The other party had not left. What she had said earlier was to confuse them. Fortunately, Suyu was quick-witted and had seen through the other party's tracks. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She was about to compliment Suyu when the other party covered her mouth again and shook his head, indicating that she should not make any noise. Qin Hui's heart trembled. It can't be. Has the other party not left yet? As soon as she had this thought, an angry shout came from the opposite direction from where Madame Poison Fate had left. It turned out that she had made a detour to the back of the area. She snorted angrily. He really hasn't left. Qin Hui's gaze toward Suyu was filled with admiration. The enemy's every move was within Suyu's expectations. No matter how cunning the enemy was, they could not compare to Suyu's foresight. However, before Qin Hui could rejoice, the communication jade on her waist suddenly vibrated. She looked down subconsciously and saw that it was a message from Dan Haiqing. This guy. Qin Hui thought to herself. All of a sudden, she shivered. This was the short-distance jade transmission device of the East Region Divine Manor. It would only work if Dan Haiqing was within 100 million miles of it. However, Dan Haiqing was already many galaxies away from them. Unless, thinking of this, she felt a chill run down her spine. It was as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. At that moment, an evil laugh sounded above their heads. The game of hiding is over. Madame Poison Fate held the 180 communication jade pieces in Dan Haiqing's hand. All the jade pieces were activated. One of the jade pieces was dark red in color. The waves it released were constantly transmitted to the bottom of the meteorite. Qin Hui's face turned pale. All their efforts were in vain. Boom! A heaven-shattering force came from above their heads. The whole meteorite was completely torn apart, and they were all blasted out of it. Suyu's eyes were solemn. The ancestral dragon feathers fluttered gently in his sleeves, and a drop of ancestral blood was secretly prepared. There was no other way. The last drop of essence blood had to be used here. Madame Poison Fate played with her hair coquettishly. She calmed the anger on her face and pretended to be elegant. However, her voice could not hide the roughness of a man. Impressive. I was almost fooled by you. Her almond-shaped eyes were sizing Suyu up. It was just a cursory glance. Unexpectedly, she fixed her gaze on Suyu. Her eyes were sparkling and overflowing with charm. She was attracted by Suyu's unusually handsome appearance. Chapter 2408. Suyu's nerves were tense. If he had no other choice, he would have to use the ancestral dragon's strange feathers. A man like Jade, a gentleman unparalleled in this world. Unexpectedly, not only did Madame Poison Fate not make a move, she even took out a handkerchief and covered half of her face. She said shyly and timidly, "Young master, do you believe in love at first sight?" Qin Hui and Mo Qinglong were stunned, and they looked at Suyu with a strange gaze. Could it be that Madame Poison Life? Suyu's hair stood on end, and his whole body shivered. "I don't believe you." Being asked by an androgynous person whether he believed in love at first sight, how could he dare to say that he believed in it? "I believe you." Madame Poison Life walked over and puffed out her chest. "Touch me if you don't believe me. My heart is beating wildly. My emotions are like the waves of the ocean. My love is like the setting sun. My blood is warm." So you could not help but take a step back and said, "Stop! My sexual orientation is normal, sorry." "Poochie, Although Mo Qinglong knew that this was a very serious moment and he shouldn't be laughing, he still couldn't help but laugh. She already knew what kind of person Madame Poison was. Madame Poison was supposed to be a man, but she treated herself as a woman. However, he had never expected that Madame Poisonous Life would take a liking to Suyu, and it seemed like she really liked him. Madame Poison Life's eyes were misty as she said in an aggrieved tone, "Am I not beautiful? Or do you think that my figure is not graceful enough to move the young master's heart?" The corners of Suyu's eyes twitched. Is this the main point? After taking a deep breath, Suyu said, "Elder, if you have something to say, please speak frankly." He really did not want to be entangled with Madame Poison Life any longer. Madame Poison Fate shyly lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Young master, you stand out from the crowd and are peerless in the world. I have a peerless beauty and elegance. You and I are fated to be together. Why don't you follow me back to the East Pole Market and live happily ever after as a pair of immortal companions?" Who would want to be a celestial couple with someone who was neither male nor female? Suyu rejected him verbally. "Senior, I already have a family. It doesn't matter." "You can just kill them," Madame Poison said. "Similarly, I will also kill my harem." She gazed at Suyu affectionately. "There are 3,000 people in the harem, but I only love you. Scram!" Finally, Suyu could not bear it any longer and cursed. After being repeatedly teased by gay people, his bottom line finally couldn't take it anymore. Madame Poison Fate was still affectionate. "Langjun, you look so handsome when you're angry. I love you so much." After saying that, she pounced forward, wanting to throw herself into his bosom. How could Suyu resist a strong man of the later stage of the great venerable realm? He couldn't even dodge it. Feeling helpless, he prepared to activate the ancestral dragon's feathers. Who would have thought that 2 drops of the insect ancestor's blood essence would be wasted on a person who was neither male nor female? This was really, however, right at this moment, a burning aura suddenly appeared. It was accompanied by a scorching heat. The temperature rose rapidly. Before Suyu and the others could understand what was going on, Madame Poisonous Life turned around abruptly, her expression changing drastically. Destructive light ripples. Damn it, why did he appear at this time? What? Qin Hui's expression changed drastically. The reason why the eastern region was so desolate and silent was because of the destructive light that could appear at any time. Every time it appeared, it would annihilate all living beings within its range. Over time, the depths of the eastern region became lifeless. Only the East Pole Market itself could resist the mysterious light ripples. Now, they were not far from the depths of the eastern region, nor were they far from the East Pole Market. At this moment, the destructive light ripples arrived. Our luck is really unparalleled. Mo Qinglong's eyes widened. Although the destructive light ripples were irregular, they would only appear once in 100 years. Now, they had coincidentally encountered it. Madame Poisonous Life's eyes flickered violently, her expression filled with despair. Under the destructive light ripples, even a great venerable like her could not escape death. Suyu's expression changed drastically. There's no other way. He finally chose to use the ancestral dragon's feathers. However, at this moment, a pearl in Suyu's body suddenly throbbed without warning. The greedy wolf king's lucky pearl. Suyu was startled. He had almost forgotten that the pearl was in his body. At this critical moment, it suddenly throbbed. Just as he was feeling bewildered, an incomparably pure and holy ball of light rushed out from the raging flames. The mass of light was like a bolt of lightning. It stopped in front of Suyu and revealed itself. Looking at it, Suyu could not help but be shocked. The divine deer of light? The divine deer of the western regions, colored glaze, civilization's palace of light? The divine deer of light had been massacred by the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Suyu had thought that the deer had died. Not only was it not dead, but it had also appeared in the distant depths of the eastern region? Had it come here alone, or had someone led it here? Even more coincidentally, it had been summoned here by the lucky pearl. As usual, the divine deer of light rubbed against Su-Yu's palm intimately. Su-Yu did not know whether to laugh or cry. In the face of great danger, it was still in the mood to be intimate? "Fine, I'll bring you along," Su-Yu said. However, the divine deer of light blinked its bright eyes and took a few steps to the side. It then stopped and looked at Su-Yu. After a few more steps, it stopped and let out a cry. "You want me to follow you?" Su-Yu asked suspiciously. The divine deer of light nodded. Su-Yu was surprised. The destructive light ripples were coming. Could it be that the divine deer of light knew a safe place? Time was of the essence, and Su-Yu had no time to think. He said, "Follow it." The three of them immediately set off to follow. Madame Dooming pondered for a moment, then followed them. At that moment, the temperature of the world rose even more violently. The entire void was as hot as a sea of fire, and it was suffocating. However, this was only a sign of the arrival of the destructive light ripples. The real destructive light ripples were still at the East Pole Market. If they really reached that place, it would be a scene of destruction that would burn the sky and boil the sea. The group of people followed the divine deer of light all the way. Half a day later, the whole world had turned dark red. The civilizations were scorched red by the high temperature, like charcoal that had been thoroughly burned. Under such terrible heat, any pathmaster below the celestial realm would undoubtedly die. However, the divine deer of light did not stop. Finally, another half a day later, the whole void began to boil, and the terrible heat waves came rushing over. Su-Yu had no choice but to activate the heavenly dragon body. Even so, it was extremely difficult to resist. The cold energy in his body was completely useless, and he felt a deep burning pain all over his body. He looked at Qin Hui again, and her expression was one of extreme agony. Another half a day later, Su-Yu's whole body was festering from the heat, and his soul was in unbearable pain. The desolate power in his body was in chaos because of the terrible heat, and he could no longer fly. He was gradually unable to keep up with the divine deer of light. He had reached his limit. At that moment, the void was like a furnace. Chapter 2409. It was only a matter of time before it reached them. At that moment, the light divine deer turned its head and shot a milky white light at Su-Yu and Qin Hui. The two of them felt a cooling sensation, and the burning pain quickly receded. Su-Yu thanked it and chased after it again. In the last half of the day, the strange high temperature made Madame Poison Life groan in pain. "Evil creature, where are you taking us?" There were many red spots on her body. Even she could not withstand the high temperature at the moment. Just as she was cursing, Madame Poison Life seemed to notice something and stared in front of the light divine deer. An ancient Taoist temple was floating in the void. Qin Hui and Emo Qinglong were surprised. Why is there a Taoist temple here? Without the protection of civilization, how could a dilapidated Taoist temple withstand the invasion of the power of nothingness? No matter what, the light divine deer must have known that the Taoist temple could protect them from the danger of the power of nothingness. However, the destructive wave of light also arrived unexpectedly. The destructive light seemed to be far away, but it swept over in the blink of an eye. The light divine deer let out a hurried cry and flew into the Taoist temple. Su-Yu could not avoid it in time. He used the space realm and brought Emo Qinglong and Qin Hui with him. Just as it arrived, the space domain that he didn't even have time to withdraw was burned into nothingness. As the realm was destroyed, Su-Yu, who was its master, was mentally injured. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a sheet. However, what was worth rejoicing was that the Taoist temple could really resist the destructive light. Looking up, the sky above the Taoist temple was covered by the destructive light, destroying the void. Nothing could survive under the extreme heat. However, The inside of the Taoist temple was cool, without the slightest sense of heat. The entire Taoist temple was extremely calm amidst the raging waves of light, like a divine pearl that stabilized the sea. It was a blessing in disguise. However, Madame Poisonlife was not so lucky. Because of her hesitation, she had been following the light, divine deer from afar. Unable to return to the Taoist temple in time, she was instantly engulfed by the destructive light. Outside the Taoist temple, heart-wrenching screams could be heard. Just as Su Yu and the others guessed that Madame Poisonlife had been killed by the destructive light, a cloud of black, poisonous fog suddenly erupted. The poisonous fog stubbornly penetrated the destructive light and reached the sky above the Taoist temple. A charred figure fell from the poisonous fog and smashed into the courtyard of the Taoist temple. Cough, 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 cough. Charcoal struggled to get up. The burns on his body were recovering with great difficulty. Qin Hui fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He didn't die even after that. Madame Poisonlife's life was too great. Su Yu's eyes flickered. Madame Poisonlife's injuries were grave, and her cultivation had dropped greatly. So, if she wanted to kill her, this would be the best time. Whoosh! He was still considering whether he should make a move or not. But Emo Qingdao had already acted decisively. Her vision darkened as she shot out 2 black arrows, aiming for the space between Madame Poisonlife's eyebrows. Madame Poison opened her eyes weakly. She wanted to hide, but she could not. This was an attack from a great venerate. If Madame Poisonlife was unable to resist, she would most likely die. However, at this moment there was a ding. An inexplicable mighty force blocked in front of Madame Poisonlife, turning the 2 arrows into nothingness. When it is possible to let someone off, one should spare them. A majestic and faintly discernible old voice resounded in the sky above the Taoist temple. Following that, a scene that caused everyone to gasp in shock appeared. A giant hand that blotted out the sky suddenly cut through the void and slapped the destructive waves of light back. The destructive waves of light that filled the sky dissipated completely. The blazing void also gradually cooled down, returning to normal. Emo Qingdao gasped. Dispelling 2 of her arrows was nothing. At most, it was someone with a cultivation similar to hers. However, to destroy the destructive waves of light that were wreaking havoc in the depths of the East region was too terrifying. Even the palace master of the mysterious Dao Palace might not have such unparalleled magical powers. I am enlightened. Emo Qingdao immediately said sincerely, her heart thumping wildly, "Go back to where you came from." The voice drifted over. Su Yu, Emo Qingdao, and Qin Hui felt the world spin. When they stabilized themselves, they were shocked to find that they had returned to the vicinity of the East region divine manner. Su Yu's pupils shrank. He could easily cross half of the East region when he used the ancestral dragon's strange feathers. However, it was absolutely impossible for it to send someone so far away through space. Emo Qingdao could not help but gasp. What kind of existence is the owner of the Taoist temple? Hiss! Only Su Yu knew that it was an ancient existence comparable to the insect ancestor. However, why did that Taoist temple look so familiar? Did he hear that voice somewhere before? A strange thought flashed across Su Yu's mind. In the Taoist temple far away, a haggard, old Taoist priest appeared in the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back. He exuded an aura that transcended the past and the present. Madame Poisonlife, who was at the later stage of the great venerable realm, was instantly overwhelmed by the aura and vomited blood, fainting on the spot. The old Taoist priest looked at the radiant white deer and said reproachfully, "You, why did you bring the holy mortal body here?" The radiant divine deer let out a crisp cry and tugged at the old Taoist's sleeves coquettishly. The old Taoist priest said calmly, "It's not that I don't want to help, but I can't afford to. The holy mortal body and the holy mountain emperor have always been at odds. An old bag of bones like me has no right to intervene in their affairs." The radiant divine, Deer's eyes were dim, and she turned unhappily on the spot. The old Taoist priest chuckled. Although I can't help, I can still give him a way out. I hope he has a chance to rekindle the oil lamp and regain the holy mortal body. His gaze slowly turned to Madame Poisonlife. With just a sweep of his eyes, Madame Poisonlife's injuries healed. Then the old Taoist priest waved his sleeves, and he'd the Taoist temple, and the radiant divine Deer disappeared into thin air, leaving Madame Poisonlife, who was gradually regaining consciousness, lying in the void in a daze. What happened? That elder. Madame Poisonlife gradually remembered, and her expression changed drastically. After a long while, she finally calmed down and murmured, I didn't expect the unparalleled Saint Master of the early era to still be alive in the outer realm. What a surprise! Madame Poisonlife patted herself. She was in a good mood after surviving a great calamity, and she thought of Suyu again. She turned to look at the Eastern Divine Manor and smiled shyly. You can't run away from the man I fancy. At the same time, at the Eastern Divine Manor, Suyu and the other two returned to the Divine Manor and slowly walked toward the place where Xia Senrin was training in isolation. And Mo Qinglong was a little nervous. Are you confident that you can get close to that man with no self? Of course, Suyu said softly, but his eyes shone with an unfathomable light. And Mo Qinglong was still worried. Can you be more specific? She couldn't figure out how they could get close to that man with no self just by completing the mission. With Xia Sanren's status, even if they completed the mission, they might not be able to get within 1,000 feet of him. Moreover, once they got close, they would have to absorb the power of Xian Dao Master from that man without alerting Xia Sanren. Chapter 2410. Unfortunately, Suyu only smiled without saying a word. He had no intention of telling her. You. Mo Qinglong pinched him. As the #1 demonic cultivator in the north, when had she ever been kept in the dark? Suyu was the only one who made her go crazy. The three of them laughed as they finally arrived at the world within a black tree in the center of the East Region Divine Manor. The weight of the evil energy in this world was no less than that of the dragonwood. Suyu and the others had to resist it with all their might. Who are you? A stern voice boomed like thunder, reverberating in everyone's ears. In this world, there was a golden giant lying on the ground. His entire body shone with a golden light, as if he were made of gold. He emitted an awe-inspiring aura. A middle stage, great venerable half-human puppet? Mo Qinglong was shocked. Suyu's eyes glinted. He did not know how many great, venerable half-human puppets Xia Sanren had. It was even possible that there were late-stage, great, venerable half-human puppets. Qin Hui immediately said, We are here to return the mission Xia Sanren gave us. Only then did the golden figure slowly retract his golden light, his powerful aura receding like the tide. His huge body moved to the side, revealing an ancient purple tree behind him. On the treetop sat an old man shrouded in evil energy. It was Xia Sanren. Greetings, Xia Sanren. Qin Hui bowed, her face full of respect. Xia Sanren slowly opened his old eyes and said, Where is the myriad Tao stone? Qin Hui took out a space storage device, but it was taken away by him. Looking inside, Xia Sanren said slowly, Why is there only half? Reporting to Xia Sanren, Dan Haiqing is in charge of the other half, but for some reason he has not returned. Qin Hui said. Xia Sanren nodded slowly and waved his sleeves. What reward do you want? Qin Hui was delighted. She had expected that she would be rewarded if she could successfully bring back the myriad Tao stone that Xia Sanren needed. After all, this was a mission, personally, given by Xia Sanren. She wondered if she could get another chance at the dragonwood. Perhaps it could help her cultivation level improve. But Suyu had already said, Our teacher hopes to pay tribute to the selfless being of the Xian Dao Palace. What? Qin Hui was almost scared out of her wits. That selfless being was a taboo existence. Under normal circumstances, no one dared to mention him. What would the Xia Sanren think if Su Yu suddenly revealed his identity and requested to meet him? He would definitely be angry, right? Mo Qingdao was dumbfounded. Was this the 90% certainty that Su Yu had mentioned? She could not believe that Su Yu would be so naive as to think that he would receive such a reward from Xia Sanren just by completing a mission. To someone as high and mighty as Xia Sanren, Su Yu and the others were merely ants. Wasn't it only right for an ant to complete a mission for him? The reward was just a symbolic one. But what Su Yu wanted would touch on Xia Sanren's secrets. How could he tolerate that? Sure. However, what shocked Qin Hui and Mo Qinglong was that the evil Sanren actually agreed. He nodded and slowly said, "Your mission concerns this old man's life and death. I can agree to your request. Follow me." Evil Sanren slowly stood up and walked towards the end of the world. Mo Qinglong blinked. That's it. She had a surreal feeling. How could she meet the taboo, selfless being so easily? After a moment of shock, she could not help but sigh. If I had known it would be so easy, why would I have waited until now? To meet Xia Sanren as long as she performed a meritorious deed, it was too easy for her. Su Yu chuckled. His chuckle contained an unfathomable meaning. After half a cup of tea's time, the group had arrived at a chaotic land. What they could see was a field of interweaving, colorful thunderbolts. Amidst the flickering thunderbolts, 100-foot lake appeared before their eyes. Xia Sanren stopped in front of the lake, quietly staring at it. Qin Hui was shocked. Could the selfless being be hiding within the lake? Only Su Yu and Mo Qinglong stared at the lake in shock. The water of the lake looked normal, even a little murky. But under their gazes, they could see that the water was moving. The entire lake was filled with living things. "It's not hiding," Xia Sanren said slowly. "The lake is the selfless being." What? Qin Hui was shocked. The legendary taboo being, the selfless being, was actually a puddle of water? "Xia Sanren, what's going on?" Qin Hui asked. However, Xia Sanren slowly turned around and glanced at Qin Hui before turning to look at Su Yu. To be precise, he was looking at Mo Qinglong, who was behind Su Yu. Rather than saying that I'm answering Qin Hui, I'm actually answering you, right? The demon master of the north, Mo Qinglong? Hearing that, Mo Qinglong said fearfully, "Xia Sanren, you've misunderstood. I'm little demon Su, not Mo Qinglong." Xia Sanren slowly released the powerful cultivation of a late-stage, great venerable. Qin Hui was the first to bear the brunt of the pressure. Unable to withstand the powerful pressure, she knelt on the ground with a thud, her Taoist blood spurting out of her body. The same pressure descended upon Mo Qinglong and Su Yu. Mo Qinglong secretly clenched his teeth, trying to resist it. But as the pressure grew stronger, it threatened his life. He had no choice but to release a demonic light ball to block the pressure. Only then did Xia Sanren let out a hoarse laugh, retracting his aura and pressure. Rumor has it that Mo Qinglong has mastered the ancient cultivation technique, the eternal demon heart. Every time he dies, he will be reborn in his previous body. So it's true. Xia Sanren chuckled. Mo Qinglong's eyes were cold. Not only did his demonic energy not weaken, but it continued to rise. Since his identity had been seen through, there was no need to hide it anymore. In fact, it was time to consider how to survive. Based on her understanding of Xia Sanren, he was not a pushover. Stop it. However, it was Su Yu who stopped her. If Xia Sanren really wanted to harm you, he would have done so long ago. Why would he wait until now? Mo Qinglong's eyes flashed. What do you mean? I mean, your identity has long been suspected by Xia Sanren, Su Yu said. When? It was probably at the evil, venerable cemetery. I think he recognized you the moment he laid eyes on you, Suyu said calmly, as if he had already known about it. Emo Qinglong raised her eyes in surprise and looked at Xie Sanren. Xie Sanren nodded with a faint smile, agreeing with Suyu's guess. How could a late-stage, great venerable be deceived so easily? Suyu had thought Emo Qinglong was very suspicious the moment he saw her. He had guessed most of her identity, but he had not said anything. If you knew, why didn't you tell me? Emo Qinglong glared at Suyu, feeling like he had been deceived. Suyu said calmly, if I had told you, would you still dare to stand in front of Xie Sanren? Chapter 24:11. Are you crazy? You knew I was injured. Yet you sent me to the Xie Sanren. Emo Qinglong thought. She even suspected that Suyu had betrayed her. You're not the only one injured, Suyu said pointedly. Emo Qinglong came back to his senses. His gaze flickered between Xie Sanren and Suyu as he asked, what is going on? Suyu said, it's simple. The Xie Sanren tried to find out your identity, and I took advantage of the situation to let the two of you meet. After all, he was an old monster who had lived for more than half a century. He only needed a reminder to understand what was going on. The Xie Sanren had intentionally assigned the Azure Dragon Group to the task of finding the Myriad Tau Stone. How could he give such an important task to the Azure Dragon Group, which had been lagging behind for a long time? He had assigned the Azure Dragon Group because he was certain that the young lady was Emo Qinglong. Hence, he had wanted to test her. If she really was Emo Qinglong, he would definitely be able to complete the task. Now, as expected, he had found out. Suyu, don't you know how dangerous this is? Emo Qinglong said angrily. Rashly letting the two domain masters meet would put their lives in danger if they were not careful. Don't worry. The Xie Sanren spent so much effort to test you. He definitely wants to talk to you. Hence, I took the opportunity to let the two of you meet, Suyu said slowly. Emo Qinglong already knew what was going on, but he could not help but hate Suyu for hiding it from him. I'll count myself in sooner or later, Emo Qinglong said, turning to look at the Xie Sanren. Tell me, why are you looking for me? The Xie Sanren laughed hoarsely. To get what we need, of course. Emo Qinglong's eyes flashed. What do I need and what do you need? We need the same thing. The Xie Sanren's eyes flashed. The consciousness of the selfless man, eh? Emo Qinglong's eyes narrowed as he stared at the lake. What's wrong with the consciousness of the selfless man? The Xie Sanren waved his sleeves, and the lake water formed a human figure. His entire body was lifelike, but his eyes were dull. Finally, Suyu and the others felt that something was wrong. But according to the rumors, this selfless being is extremely powerful. He has the ability to suppress the entire evil Lord Cemetery. Why can't I feel any pressure from him? Qin Hui looked at the selfless being in shock. Evil Sanren said lightly, because it has already lost its consciousness. The selfless person only had one consciousness, and that was to suppress the evil Reverend Cemetery. Rather than saying that he had lost his consciousness, it would be more accurate to say that he had lost the only trace of his soul. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that once something happens to the evil Reverend Cemetery, no one will be able to suppress it in time? Xie Sen loosened his hand, and the selfless being turned back into a lake. He said, one day I suddenly realized that the selfless being had turned into a lake. His consciousness had already left, and I don't know where it went. A selfless person without any consciousness, all of the profound way energy in his body was restrained and not released. Wanting to use it to remove the dragon monarch mark on his body would only become empty talk. Man proposes, God disposes. Emo Qingdao let out a long sigh. He had racked his brains, but in the end it was all for naught. Could it be that he really had to submit to fate and allow the dragon monarch to take away his lifespan? As expected, Suyu said slowly. The fact that the selfless being had not appeared despite the changes in the evil Reverend Cemetery showed that something must have happened to him. Su Yu was not surprised by the current situation. Where is his consciousness? Su Yu's gaze was deep and resolute. He had been through countless desperate situations in his life. If he had not given up at the last moment, he would not be the Su Yu he was now. Xie-san looked at Su Yu with a profound look. He was a little puzzled. Why was it that between Emo Qingdao and this little human, the human was the leader in the divine dragon battlefield? Hearing that, Su Yu and Emo Qingdao were both stunned. Where? Emo Qingdao repeated with a look of disbelief on his face. Xie-san said, the divine dragon battlefield. Having received a definite answer, Emo Qingdao's expression kept changing. Finally, she looked up to the sky and bellowed, "Damned heavens, are you playing with me?" In the end, the selfless being that she had been searching for so long was actually right there. It was laughable that she had worked so hard to travel from the divine dragon battlefield to the depths of the eastern region. But in the end, Su Yu felt a deep sense of grievance. Wasn't this too much of a prank? How about it? Do you have the guts to make a trip to the divine dragon battlefield and find the selfless being's consciousness? Xie-san asked. Emo Qingdao pondered for a long time, then slowly said, "To tell you the truth, we came from the divine dragon battlefield." Now that things had come to this, there was no point in hiding it anymore. She gave him a brief summary of what had happened. Hearing that, Xie-san did not know whether to laugh or cry. "If that's the case, you did come here for nothing." "So, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't help you," Emo Qingdao said slowly. "They had the mark of the Dragon Emperor on them. If they went to the southern region, the Dragon Emperor would definitely notice and intercept them. Haha, perhaps because of that, you can help me even more." Xie-san smiled mysteriously. Emo Qingdao frowned. "What do you mean?" "Haha, come with me." The evil energy under Xie-san's feet trembled, and he brought the three of them to an ancient stone plate. The stone plate was carved with extremely ancient words. Even Su Yu could not recognize which clan's language it belonged to. "This is a funerary object that I accidentally found in a tomb. Its function is transportation. It can transport a person a whole region away in a single breath." Hearing that, Emo Qingdao's eyes were filled with desire. She had long heard that there was a very mysterious transportation method in the previous era. The distance of the transportation was a whole region's length. Unfortunately, it had been lost. She did not expect Xie-san to get his hands on one. "When the Dragon Emperor follows the mark on your bodies to where I am, I will activate the transportation portal and send you to the divine dragon battlefield. Meanwhile, I will think of a way to stall the Dragon Emperor to buy you enough time," Xie-san said, stroking his beard. Emo Qingdao's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head. His expression was very serious. "I'm afraid you still do not know the Dragon Emperor's true strength. Based on my guess, he has already reached the level of Xiandao Master. He is not someone you can fight. If they were to really fight, the Dragon Emperor would be able to kill Xie Senrin with just a glance. He could then snatch the stone plate and use it to transport back to the Dragon Clan of the southern region, catching Su Yu and Emo Qingdao red-handed." Unexpectedly, Xie-san was not afraid. Instead, he laughed sinisterly. "Xiandao Master? Haha, I would like to try and see if my many years of experience are enough to compete with Xiandao Master." He lightly stomped the ground, and a 10-zhang wide fissure appeared under his feet. Looking into the crack, he saw thousands of half-life puppets standing upright in the depths of the ground. Each half-living puppet's cultivation level was at the early stage of the Great Venerable Realm. Among them, there are even a few mid-stage Great Venerable Realm half-living puppets. Seeing this, Emo Qingdao gasped. His scalp was extremely numb. When he looked at Xie-san again, Emo Qingdao's eyes were filled with deep fear. Chapter 2412. If that's the case, we can rest assured. Emo Qinglong forced himself to remain calm. Xia, Sanren nodded. Then just stay here until the Dragon Emperor arrives at the East Divine Palace. When the time is right, I will send you to the Dragon God battlefield and tell you where the consciousness of the person without me is hiding. With that, the three of them bid farewell. The evil Sanren watched them leave. His eyes flickered, and there was a strange light in them. Upon returning to the Azure Dragon civilization, Emo Qingdao immediately set up an isolation spell around him. He asked, "Suyu, what do you think?" His voice was hurried, and one could vaguely hear the restlessness in his heart. "This person cannot be trusted," Suyu said simply and forcefully. Emo Qinglong had a rare serious expression on his face. He possesses the power to unify the outer realms, yet he hibernates for tens of thousands of years without making a sound. This kind of person's schemes are too great. The two of them had the same thought. If Fei Xie didn't show them, they wouldn't believe that he had 1,000 puppets at the Grand Monarch level. Who could stop such a powerful force that could sweep through the outer realms? The 9 great 7-star civilizations of the Western region? Northern region Fiend Dao? Southern region Dragon Clan? No one could stop him. However, the evil Sanren had not made a move yet. It was obvious that his scheme was even more terrifying than the entire outer realm. How could he believe a single word of this person's words? Be prepared. The trip to the divine dragon battlefield will not be as easy as you imagine, Emo Qinglong said slowly. Suyu nodded slightly. The plan was set, and Suyu and Emo Qingdao were safe for the time being. Suyu relaxed and started to comprehend the 9-5 supremacy technique with all his might. However, his suspicions had already been raised, and he didn't dare to allow anyone to spy on him. When he was comprehending, he had to set up layers of isolation around him. Only then could he be at ease. With the help of the diluted ancient god's blood, Suyu's comprehension improved by leaps and bounds. The connection between him and the royal scepter dragon sword became more and more intense. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to completely cultivate the 9-5 exalted technique. At that time, he would definitely be able to give the Dragon Monarch a pleasant surprise. At the same time, Qin Hui made use of her identity in the East Region Divine Manor to help Suyu with another matter, to investigate the whereabouts of the great divine throne of heaven and earth. The news of the god of heaven and earth appearing in the eastern region had already spread throughout the 4 major regions. Now that Suyu was in the east region, he naturally had to take action. Time flowed like water. Half a year later, the royal scepter dragon sword was floating in front of Suyu's chest, and waves of pressure that could command the world were slowly released. This pressure had no effect on other living beings. However, it had absolute suppression over the Dragon Clan. Even Suyu, who had the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, felt a great sense of heaviness, which made it difficult for him to raise his head and look at the royal scepter dragon sword. One could imagine what would happen to a real dragon in front of the revered dragon sword. I've already cultivated more than half of it. In another year's time, I'll be able to successfully cultivate it. Suyu's eyes shone brightly. The good news was that after half a year of recuperation, Emo Qingdao's injuries had healed quite a bit. Its strength had already recovered to the level of the howling firmament wolf lord. If he were to fight against a mid-stage great venerable like Rotten Bones, he should be able to kill him easily. However, just as Suyu was about to continue, the jade talisman on his waist rang. He looked down and saw that it was a message from Qin Hui. Suyu was delighted. Could it be that there was news from the heavenly divine throne? However, when he opened the message, Suyu's expression immediately turned cold. Master, come quickly. The information regarding the heaven and earth god throne has been stolen by Zi Shaoyin. Zi Shaoyin? The last time Zi Shaoyin and Dan Haiqing had come to the Azure Dragon civilization to cause trouble, he had not yet pursued the matter. In the end, Zi Shaoyin had acted recklessly and dared to obstruct his search for the heaven and earth god throne. The heaven and Earth God Throne was the key to his breakthrough to become a Path Master. How could he allow it to be destroyed? Creak! Su Yu immediately stopped cultivating, left the stone door, and headed straight for where Qin Hui was. She was at the border of the East Domain. While Su Yu was in seclusion, a new round of annual training began. He and Mo Qingdao had reached a certain level of tacit understanding with Xie Senren, so they did not need to participate. Qin Hui took advantage of the training to inquire about the Heaven and Earth God Throne. In the end, she was lucky enough to obtain top-secret information. It was the latest news about the Heaven and Earth God Throne. Unexpectedly, before she could obtain the information, Zi Xiaoyin had snatched it away. A few days later, at the border of the East Domain and the South Domain, from afar, a civilization could be seen quietly. That was the camp of the teachers and students for the training. In the center of the camp, Qin Hui and the others were confronting a large number of teachers and students. Not only did the opponent have Zi Xiaoyin, but they also had the Kylan group, the Sea Beast group, and other high-ranking groups. The Azure Dragon group was isolated and helpless, confronting them from afar. Apart from Su Ming, everyone else in the group was more or less injured. Among them, Qin Hui's injuries were the most serious. There were signs of battle all around, and the situation was very tense. Zi Xiaoyin, don't go too far. Qin Hui's eyes were filled with deep anger. Not only had Zi Xiaoyin stolen the information, but he had also gathered a group of teachers and students to slander the Azure Dragon group, saying that they had ambushed and injured Zi Xiaoyin's favorite disciple, Tui Hai. But when the truth came out, Tui Hai had led a group of students from the Kylan group to openly attack Su Ming and another student, robbing them of the demonic beasts that they were about to obtain. A fierce battle had broken out between the two. The Azure Dragon group should have been at a disadvantage, but somehow Su Ming had managed to injure Tui Hai. Then Zi Xiaoyin had inverted right and wrong, slandering Su Ming and the other student for ambushing them. What was worse was that they had the advantage in numbers. Under such circumstances, Deacon Li, who was in charge of guarding the place, could only let them settle it privately. That was why the Azure Dragon group and several other groups were confronting each other. The result of the confrontation was, of course, very disadvantageous to the Azure Dragon group. Apart from Su Ming, who was relatively young and was protected by them, the rest of them had varying degrees of injuries. Zi Xiaoyan's gaze was calm as he snorted coldly. The Azure Dragon group only has itself to blame. You should have been training properly, but you had to do such despicable things. That's right. Teacher Dan Haking had followed the Azure Dragon group to the East Pole Market to carry out a mission. But what happened? Only the Azure Dragon group returned, but Teacher Dan Haking and Feng Qingyang were nowhere to be found. God knows what happened to them. Is there a need to ask? Most likely, the Azure Dragon group did something secretly. Everyone spoke one after another, not concealing their hostility towards the Azure Dragon group at all. Actually, the reason was very simple. Previously, the Azure Dragon group had won first place in the training, and most of the groups were already unconvinced. But this time, the Azure Dragon group had achieved exceptionally dazzling results, even though there were only 2 students, and they had directly charged into the top 5. This made them even more jealous and envious. Su Ming and the other student had obtained the first place reward previously, and their strength had improved by leaps and bounds. That was why they had today's harvest. Therefore, when Zi Xiaoyin took the lead to provoke them, they unanimously chose to stand with Zi Xiaoyin. Chapter 24:13. Qin Hui, you allowed the students to launch a sneak attack. You must give all of us an explanation, Zi Xiaoyin yelled, his voice shaking the entire civilization. His unrelenting attitude made Qin Hui and the others' expressions turn ugly. This was not going to end well. Zi Xiaoyin, you want to use this opportunity to get rid of us? Sure, come at me one by one. Let's see if my life is tougher or if you have more blood. Qin Hui, Chunyin, and Yushan looked at each other. The three of them all had the 9-death demon heart. Even if they fought to death, they could be reborn immediately. If the three of them fought with all their might, it would be hard to say who would lose. All right, we'll come at you one by one. Xiaoyan laughed sinisterly. He looked at the other teachers and students and attacked at the same time. Having suffered at Qin Hui's hands once, Xiaoyan still dared to fight alone? 7 or 8 teachers swarmed forward and fought with Qin Hui and the other 2. The result was obvious. Although the 3 of them did not die, in terms of combat power, they were no match for a group of people. On the other hand, Su Ming and another student were also ganged up on. An hour later, the battle slowly came to a halt. Qin Hui was bathed in blood, while Chen Yun and Yu Shan lay on the ground, barely breathing, unable to move. The other student was on the verge of death. He could only exhale but not inhale. Su Ming was also covered in injuries, but they were very light. For some reason, his injuries had not been too serious in the past few battles. Qin Hui struggled to support herself on one knee, glaring at Xiaoyan. Despicable. Xiaoyan laughed evilly. Rather than saying I'm despicable, it's more accurate to say that you're too useless. He shook his palm, and a sealed superstition floated in his palm. It was the intelligence on the heavenly divine throne that Qin Hui had painstakingly obtained, but it had been snatched away by Xiaoyan. This must be prepared for Su Yu, who has yet to become a path master? Xiaoyan's gaze was deep. The heavenly divine throne was only useful to those who had yet to become path masters. A celestial realm path master, like Qin Hui, did not need the heavenly divine throne. It was obvious that it was prepared for Su Yu. Xiaoyan, what do you want? Qin Hui shouted, staring at the intelligence. Xiaoyan laughed. What do I want? It's very simple. Kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times. He would never forget how Qin Hui had taken the opportunity to knock him unconscious when they fought in the Azure Dragon civilization. His clothes were torn, and he was lying unconscious on the ground, exposed to the eyes of others. At the thought of it, Xiaoyan felt goosebumps all over his body. He wished he could kill Qin Hui on the spot to avenge himself for that day. He would have killed Qin Hui 100 times over if the Eastern Region Divine Palace had not forbade killing each other. Kneel to you. Qin Hui's eyes were filled with contempt. Do you think a loser like you is worthy of making me kneel? These words pierced Xiaoyan's heart, and he gripped the report tightly. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. If not, I'll crush the report. Stop! Qin Hui shouted. Xiaoyan had already started counting. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3. Putong without much hesitation or consideration. Qin Hui knelt down and kowtowed to the ground. The entire ground trembled slightly, showing how heavy that knock was. Once, twice, thrice, Chunyin and Yushan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How was Qin Hui going to face the Eastern Region Divine Palace in the future? A teacher kowtowing to another teacher. How was she going to hold her head up high in the future? However, in order to hold on to that report, Qin Hui decisively endured the humiliation, chose to endure it, and chose to give up her dignity. Under the gloating and triumphant gazes, Qin Hui kowtowed 100 times. Her face was covered in blood, and she looked exceptionally terrifying. However, her eyes were exceptionally calm. I did it. Give me the report. Xiaoyan chuckled and threw the report over. Qin Hui immediately caught it. She thought to herself, I finally accomplished my mission and successfully obtained the report. However, the moment the report landed in her hands, a thick power of a path master overflowed from it. The report exploded into nothingness with a pop. Qin Hui stared blankly at the fragmented report. After a while, she recovered and flew into a rage. Xiaoyan, are you courting death? She had already lowered her head and endured the humiliation. However, Xiaoyun actually went back on his words. A boundless anger welled up from the bottom of her heart. However, Xiaoyun had a playful smile on his face. I say, Qin Hui, I've given you the report. You didn't keep it well and broke it. What does that have to do with me? I, Xiaoyun, am a man of my word. I never go back on my word. Qin Hui gritted her teeth and forced herself to stand up. She activated her domain and attacked. Die. She didn't dare to imagine what Su Yu would think of her now that she had lost the report that she had painstakingly obtained for half a year. At the very least, she would be judged as useless, right? Xiaoyun sneered. Without thinking, he raised his hand and attacked with his doctrine artifact. Boom! With Qin Hui's current state, if she were to fight Xiaoyun head-on, the result would be obvious. Her domain was shattered on the spot, and she was sent flying by the doctrine artifact. She flew out of the civilization and into the void. You overestimate yourself, haha. Xiaoyun sneered. He shook his head and left with his hands behind his back, preparing to continue his training. Unexpectedly, the onlookers suddenly burst into an uproar. Xiaoyun turned his head to look and couldn't help but frown. A ray of light pierced through the void and caught Qin Hui, who was flying backward. It then landed back in the civilization. The light faded, revealing Su Yu, Mo Qinglong, and Qin Hui, who was being supported. Xiaoyun was all smiles. Haha, Su Yu, your teachers and students are incompetent and have been beaten up. Hurry up and help them back to rest. Don't embarrass yourself anymore. Su Yu did not say a word and asked about the details of the incident. When Qin Yun and Yu Shan saw Su Yu and Mo Qinglong arrive, they felt relieved. They crawled over with difficulty and told Su Yu everything that had happened. After listening to them, Su Yu's expression was still as calm as still water. He silently treated the injuries of Qin Hui and the other two. When they had recovered, he slowly raised his eyes and looked at Xiaoyun. He said calmly, I can forgive you for stealing the report, and I can tolerate you slandering and bullying my teachers. However, I can't tolerate you breaking your promise after humiliating me. If Xiaoyun had destroyed the report from the beginning, perhaps he wouldn't have been so angry. However, he had deliberately humiliated Qin Hui and broken his promise after the incident. This had crossed Su Yu's bottom line. No matter what, Qin Hui was one of his people. He couldn't allow an outsider to humiliate her like this. Hearing this, Xiaoyun couldn't help but laugh. Haha, interesting. I thought you would leave with your tail between your legs after seeing the tragic state of the Azure Dragon group. I didn't expect you to still have the guts to want to avenge your teacher and classmates. As he spoke, Xiaoyun waved his sleeves. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Tui Hai you go. From the Qilin group, a middle stage Celestial Realms student walked out. It was Tui Hai. Remember, they are all students of the East Region Divine Palace. Be careful when you attack. Don't accidentally kill them, Xiaoyun said mockingly. However, he was puzzled to find that after he said this, Qin Hui, Qin Yun, and Yu Shan looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Chapter 24:14. Xiaoyun was surprised. Was there a problem with his words? Even though he was mocking Su Yu, he was not exaggerating. Tui Hai was the second strongest person in the East Region Divine Manor. His cultivation level was at the middle stage of the Celestial Realm. He was not someone Feng Qingyang, who was at the early stage of the Celestial Realm. In a real fight, Feng Qingyang would definitely lose to Tui Hai within 10 moves. And Su Yu was only slightly stronger than Feng Qingyang. If Tui Hai were to fight Su Yu to the death, Su Yu would definitely die. He did not understand the gazes of Qin Hui and the other two. Tui Hai, pretend I didn't say anything. Xiaoyun grunted, thinking that Qin Hui and the rest did not know how to appreciate his kindness. Since they did not appreciate his kindness, why should he show mercy? Understood, teacher. Tu-Yi was tall and sturdy, his upper body bare, his entire body reflecting a metallic luster. One look was enough to tell that he had a strong physique. He threw a ferocious smile at Suyu. "If you kowtow and admit defeat now, I can spare your life. Otherwise—" But he realized that Suyu did not even look at him. His gaze was fixed on Zi Shaoyan. Tu-Yi laughed angrily. "You are still not serious? You really don't know how to spell death." Suyu calmly looked at him. "I don't kill innocent people, so don't give me a reason to touch you." The teachers and students burst into laughter, looking at Suyu as if this was something new. The second strongest student in the East Region Divine Manor is being threatened right in front of his face. This is the first time something like this has happened in 1,000 years. This person must have found an indescribable confidence in Feng Qingyang. Haha, that day, Feng Qingyang did not use his full strength. Is this enough to enchant that brat surnamed Su to the point of not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth? Tu-Yi's eyes were filled with disdain. He extended a finger. "Abilities are not something you can boast about. If you want to prove yourself, show me your full strength." Wisps of Daelord's power were slowly released from his pores and transformed into steel needles that were 10 inches long. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a ferocious being covered in spikes. Combined with his strong physique, he would be a pain in the ass. "Let me see your abilities." Tu-Yi let out a loud roar, then turned into a rolling mass of thorns and attacked Suyu. Everywhere they passed, numerous holes were pierced open in the air, and they were so dense that it caused one's heart to tremble. Hiss! This is the mixed origin piercing sky technique that Tu-Yi is most proficient in. Under this technique, even Feng Qingyang is helpless and can only admit defeat. He attacked with his full power right from the start. I can tell that Tu-Yi is angry. There's going to be a good show to watch. Even if this Su guy has some ability, he's probably going to suffer, everyone said with a look of anticipation. However, in the next moment, all the noises stopped abruptly. This was because they were all shocked by this inconceivable scene and couldn't utter a single word. Tu-Yi, who was covered in spikes, suddenly stopped. It wasn't that he stopped on his own. Instead, a finger was pointed at the center of his brows, forcing him to stop. The owner of that finger was none other than Suyu. Suyu stood where he was and calmly stopped Tu-Yi's crazy attacks with a single finger. The sharp spikes on Tu-Yi's body were easily crushed by Suyu's finger. They couldn't hurt him at all. Tu-Yi himself was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe that his all-out attack had been successfully stopped by someone else. In the next moment, Tu-Yi suddenly felt an endless mighty power coming from the center of his brows. Under that power, he was as small as a speck of dust, and he couldn't resist it at all. With a whooshing sound, Tu-Yi was sent flying at an even faster speed, crashing toward Zi Shaoyan. Zi Shaoyan didn't expect such a sudden turn of events, and he immediately reached out to catch him. However, the mighty power didn't slow him down. Instead, it was transmitted to Zi Shaoyan. Zi Shaoyan was caught off guard, and he was forcefully pushed back 7 or 8 steps before he finally stopped. Beneath his feet was a groove that had been dug out by his feet. Puff! Although Tu-Yi was saved, the power still affected his body. He couldn't hold it in any longer, and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Suyu calmly retracted his finger and calmly said, "You probably aren't qualified to prove my abilities." His abilities far surpassed Tu-Yi's. Even if Tu-Yi attacked with all his might, he wouldn't be qualified to prove his abilities. Tu-Yi's eyes were wide open, and he was so shocked that he couldn't put it into words. He had never thought that one day he would be defeated so miserably. Hearing Suyu's condescending and contemptuous words, he felt that the arrogant words he had said before were laughable. For a moment he felt extremely ashamed. Suyu retracted his gaze, looked past him, and looked at Zi Shaoyan. He calmly said, "It's your turn." With a swoosh, the heaven-destroying rod appeared in his palm. Grow! All of a sudden, The heaven-destroying rod became 30 feet long, and he gripped it tightly. Zi Xiaoyun's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and he could faintly see traces of fear. When he was rescuing Tuihai just now, he had already vaguely sensed Suyu's hidden powerful physical strength, coupled with the slightly strange heaven-destroying rod in his hand. His intuition told him that danger was approaching. "Suyu, what do you want to do to teacher?" In the East region divine manner, this is considered insubordination. Do you understand? Zi Xiaoyun pretended to be calm as he berated Suyu. Suyu waved the heaven-destroying rod in his hand and thought for a moment, then said slowly, "I don't understand. I only know that I will not spare anyone who repeatedly pushes me too far." As he spoke, he stomped on the ground with both feet and shot toward Zi Xiaoyun in an arc. The heaven-destroying rod in his hand was instantly imbued with an infinite power of desolation. All of a sudden, the weight of the heaven-destroying rod increased dramatically, and even Suyu's high-level heavenly dragon body could not control it. He was determined to teach Zi Xiaoyun an unforgettable lesson. Zi Xiaoyun's face changed drastically. An evil wind blew in his face, and his heart thumped wildly. He was alarmed, and he sensed an extremely rare and intense crisis. At the moment of danger, Zi Xiaoyun took out his Taoist artifact and tried to resist the heaven-destroying rod. Unexpectedly, as soon as the two collided, the Taoist artifact that Zi Xiaoyun had spent tens of thousands of years refining was smashed into pieces in the blink of an eye like mud. At the same time, the heaven-destroying rod came crashing down and hit Zi Xiaoyun's body. Even a Taoist artifact could not withstand it, let alone a human being. Ah! With a shrill scream, Zi Xiaoyun's entire body was crushed to the ground by the heaven-destroying rod and turned into a mass of meat paste. A trembling soul escaped from the pile of flesh in a panic. With the help of a drop of remaining blood essence, he barely managed to reform his body. However, compared to his previous body, his current cultivation had dropped by a whole realm. From the later stage of the celestial realm, he had fallen back to the later stage of the fish-dragon realm. Chapter 24:15. As he spoke, he turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the East region divine abode. There was both fear and anger. Suyu smiled faintly. "Tell Xia Sanren?" If it was in the past, he would be a little afraid. But now, with his relationship with Xia Sanren, as long as he didn't kill Xia Sanren, he wouldn't be afraid. "Everyone present, if anyone still thinks that my Azure Dragon group launched a sneak attack, feel free to speak up. I, Su, will give you a chance to challenge me directly." Suyu looked around at the crowd and spoke in a calm voice, which still emanated a great pressure. He then said, "I don't mind if you challenge me one-on-one, but I also don't mind challenging you as a group. I will accompany you to the end." The teachers and students of the Qilin team, White Tiger team, Sea Beast team, and other teams didn't even dare to breathe loudly. What a joke! Even Zi Xiaoyun's body and soul had been destroyed by a single strike of the staff. Who would dare to fight Suyu? This is a misunderstanding. I was instigated by the Qilin team, and I did not know what was going on. One of the teachers from the White Tiger team immediately tried to explain himself when he saw Suyu staring at him. "Me too. I have no intention of becoming enemies with the Azure Dragon group. We, the oceanic beasts, express our deepest apologies and are willing to make up for it in any way we can." However, Suyu did not utter a single word and continued to stare at them. It wasn't until they felt apprehensive that he slowly said, "You've already beaten and scolded the people from the Azure Dragon team. Isn't it too easy for you to get away with just saying that it's none of my business?" As soon as these words came out, the group of teachers and students complained incessantly. If they had known that Suyu was so powerful, how would they have dared to attack him? However, they finally understood why the Azure Dragon group was able to come out on top in the previous trial. With such a powerful backer like Suyu, why would they worry about not being able to get the first place? Teacher Qin Hui, as well as the two of you, point out anyone who has beaten you. Return what you did to them. If anyone dares to resist, I will uphold justice for you, Suyu said calmly. Hearing this, the expressions of the teachers and students changed. They did not show any mercy to the people from the Azure Dragon group. They were well aware of the severity of their attacks. Thank you, Brother Su. Another student endured the pain and stood up. He walked in front of a tall and burly Qilin team student and used his domain to split his body in half. The latter did not dare to fight back. He could only endure it. Qin Hui and the others attacked successively, and all of them returned all the pain they'd endured. The group of teachers and students were furious, but they didn't dare to say anything. They quietly endured the beating. An hour later, Qin Hui and the others had vented enough. Su Yu looked on coldly from the side. When the matter was over, he stared at Su Ming. Why did you not attack? From the beginning to the end, Su Ming stood silently at the side without any intention of fighting back. When his name was called, Su Ming felt inexplicably flustered. He forced a smile and said, I didn't suffer too many injuries. It's fine. Su Yu slowly nodded his head, and a wisp of light flashed across his eyes. All right. Since there's nothing else, you can continue with your training. Su Yu waved his hand, dispersing the crowd. He picked up the pieces of information that Zi Xiaoyan had destroyed. Where did you get your information from? Su Yu asked. The information had been destroyed, so they could only search again. Qin Hui immediately said, A person called Qin Xiener sold it to me. Who? Su Yu turned around abruptly, his eyes like two burning torches. Qin Xiener. Yes. Ah, her name is Qin Xiener. Qin Hui was shocked by Su Yu's expression. Where is she? Qin Hui shook her head. After selling the information, she left quietly. I have no way of tracking her whereabouts. Su Yu's mind was shaken, and his heart was extremely unsettled. After so many years, the people of the West region had finally come to the East region to participate in the upcoming recruitment. But why would Qin Xiener sell information? Where did she get the information, and why did she need to sell it? Was she in the South Pole Fairy Palace in need of a large number of Tao coins? How did you know her name? Su Yu suddenly realized that Qin Xiener wouldn't be stupid enough to say her name, would she? Qin Hui said matter-of-factly, Is it difficult to know Qin Xiener? She is the most beautiful woman in the West region, and we have long heard of her in the East region. I recognized her at first sight. Ah, Qin Xiener's reputation was known even in the West region? However, Su Yu was a little confused. Qin Xiener was in the South Pole Fairy Palace, and she rarely got close to anyone. How could her reputation have spread so far? If Linchen Hong Xian, Xuemeng Feiyu, or even Xianhua were the most beautiful women in the West region, so you wouldn't have been surprised. But Qin Xiener had become the most beautiful woman in the West region, which was really inexplicable. Intuition told Su Yu that there must be a force pushing Qin Xiener to become the most beautiful woman in the West region. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been like this. Where did you meet? Thinking that Qin Xiener had also come to the East region, Su Yu couldn't help but feel excited. He was eager to rush over and meet Qin Xiener. Qin Hui said, I offered a reward through my channels, and Qin Xiener came to me. We made a deal at the border of the East and West region. As she spoke, she told Su Yu the location of the deal. Su Yu was tempted to rush over, but after careful consideration, he suppressed the desire in his heart. He was now being hunted by the Dragon Emperor, so it was best not to meet Qin Xiener so as not to implicate her. Wait a little longer, Xiener. When I remove the mark, I will definitely go and find you, Su Yu said to himself. However, the information about the great divine throne of heaven and earth would be cut off, and he wouldn't be able to find her. Right at that moment, a beautiful woman with blue pupils and long golden hair walked out from the group of sea beasts. She was as cold as frost, and her beauty was breathtaking. Carrying 2 crescent blades on her back, she slowly walked up to Su Yu and said, You want to know about the divine throne of heaven and earth, right? Who are you? Su Yu's eyes flickered. It was another unfamiliar student. However, the most shocking thing was that her cultivation was extremely powerful, and she was actually at the later stage of the celestial realm. Although she had just made a breakthrough, it was still shocking. Su Muyu. Coincidentally, she had the same surname as Su Yu. Hearing her name, Su Yu suddenly realized that she was the #1 student in the East Region's Divine Palace, Su Muyu. He had long heard that she was extremely talented, and her cultivation was unparalleled in the world. Now that he had met her, it was indeed true. You have information? Su Muyu nodded coldly. Yes. Su Yu's eyes flickered. Give me a reason to believe you. He had just taught a lesson to the students and teachers of the Sea Beast team, so it was difficult for him to believe that Su Muyu would be so kind as to tell him information. Reason. Su Muyu decisively pulled out her blades and slashed at the students and teachers of the Sea Beasts team. He drew a deep groove between them and said coldly, "From today onwards, I will draw a clear line between the Oceanic Beast Group and the Azure Dragon Group." The students of the Eastern Region Divine Palace had the right to change groups at any time, as long as she had the ability to resist the revenge of her team. As a late-stage Heaven Tier elite, she clearly wasn't afraid of the Sea Beast Group's revenge. Chapter 2416. They had put in a lot of effort to nurture Su Muyu. Yet, just as they were about to graduate, she left them and joined the Azure Dragon Group. Su Muyu did not understand their expressions at all. She stared at Su Yu and asked, "Is this enough?" Su Yu looked at her in surprise for a while, then nodded slowly. "Fine, I believe your information. But what do you want?" He did not think that Su Muyu would give him information for free. As expected, Su Muyu said, "I want you to do me a favor." "Tell me what it is first." Su Muyu looked around, then took out a formation plate and activated it. The formation plate released an exceptionally high-level isolation formation, isolating him and Su Yu within it. Even a great venerable might not be able to penetrate the formation and eavesdrop on their conversation. "You can speak now," Su Yu said. Su Muyu did not say a word. She quickly untied the silk belt around her waist, and her purple dress loosened. Then, with a light pinch of her jade-like fingers, she took off her clothes, revealing her beautiful body. Su Yu subconsciously averted his gaze. He frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" "Take a look at my body and you will understand." Su Yu looked at Su Muyu from the corner of his eye. He was horrified to find that Su Muyu's body was covered in strange, blood-red symbols. Those symbols were constantly rotating, as if they were operating. The existence of the blood-red symbols had destroyed the beauty of her body, causing her beautiful face to lose its luster. This is... Su Yu stared at the blood-red symbols in shock. Su Muyu slowly put on her purple dress, then said expressionlessly, "As you can see, puppet symbols." "Puppet?" Su Yu was slightly confused. Su Muyu combed her messy hair and said slowly, "You should know that the students of the East Region Divine Palace never come here voluntarily." Su Yu had already known this before coming here. After all, who would want to stay in a harsh academy where they would become slaves to their classmates if they could not graduate? "I know," Su Yu said. Su Muyu shook her head. "But you definitely do not know where the students go after they graduate." Su Yu was slightly surprised. "Do you mean those who graduate, or those who cannot graduate?" "Those who could not graduate would become slaves to those who graduated. Of course, it's those geniuses who have graduated." Su Yu thought about it carefully. Speaking of which, he really didn't pay much attention to the situation of the graduates. He assumed that they had gone out to fight and train. Where are they going? They have always been in the Eastern Region Divine Palace. "They have never left," Rain said indifferently. "Never left?" Su Yu frowned deeply. He suddenly thought of something and said in disbelief, "You mean, looks like evil Senran has already shown you the 1,000 great sovereign realm semi-living puppets." Rain had a sympathetic look on her face, as if they were in the same boat. What? Su Yu's heart was filled with terror. Could it be that those 1,000 semi-living puppets were all outstanding graduates? Rumor has it that the half-life puppet was created by merging a dead corpse with the remnant soul of an ancient powerhouse. Rain's eyes were filled with hatred. But if the remnant souls of the ancient almighty were so easy to fuse, wouldn't they be able to resurrect into a half-living puppet by attaching their remnant souls to a random corpse? Su Yu's eyes darkened. As expected, evil Sanren was not easy to deal with. The true method of creating a half-life puppet is to insert the remnant soul of an ancient powerhouse into a living body, destroying the original soul of the body and taking over the body. Furthermore, the requirements for the body are very strict. The body must be extremely outstanding. Otherwise, the half-life puppet will fail easily. Rain revealed the truth that no one knew about. Why does evil Sanren have to forcefully capture the outstanding people of the region to enter the Eastern Region Divine Palace? His goal is to select qualified vessels for the half-life puppet. It was no wonder that evil Sanren would use such a cruel method to force them to unleash their potential. It turned out that it was to select the most outstanding people among them. How did you know? It was hard to believe that evil Sanren would let someone who knew about the matter go instead of killing them. Rain's eyes suddenly became fierce, and there was a hint of madness in them. Because my brother was made into a half-life puppet, Rain said, tears rolling down her cheeks. As for me and my brother, we were born together. Whatever happens to him, or even what he sees, I can feel it. Rain pointed at her own body. The puppet marks on my body are the best proof. There was such a strange constitution. However, it was no wonder that Rain had dared to approach Suyu. Presumably, when evil Sanren had displayed the 1,000 puppets, her brother's puppet had seen Suyu and the others. This information had been transmitted to Rain's mind. Rain, now you should know that I am working with evil Sanren, right? Su Yu's eyes flickered. Aren't you afraid that I will expose you? Rain stared at Su Yu coldly, warning him. If you still dare to work with evil Sanren after knowing his character, I have nothing to say. Evil Sanren had been able to make all the outstanding students of the Eastern region into half-life puppets. Working with such a cruel and inhumane person was like asking a tiger for its skin. If Su Yu was smart enough, he should know what to choose. I choose to continue working with him, Su Yu said with certainty. Rain was stunned for a moment. Her entire body was filled with murderous intent. Her eyes were burning with murderous intent as she held onto the 2 scimitars on her back. I was blind. Since that was the case, she could only kill Suyu. However, Suyu said, "But I do not intend to expose you." Rain hesitated for a moment, then slowly withdrew her hand. If they really fought, she might not be Suyu's match. "You just need to tell me everything you know as hush money." Suyu smiled calmly. If he was the unparalleled Saint Master like the old Taoist priest, he would naturally kill evil Sanren with a flick of his finger. However, his current abilities were far from being evil Sanren's match. There was no need for him to risk his life for someone unrelated. Rain decisively threw out a scroll and said solemnly, "If you regret it, look for me at any time. I know some of his weaknesses." Sure. Suyu did not reject her offer. Both parties tidied up a little. Then Rain removed the barrier and left expressionlessly. Mo Qinglong, who was on Suyu's back, frowned. "Evil Sanren, Dragon Emperor. The waters of the outer realm are really deep." Suyu agreed. In fact, he knew even more than Mo Qinglong. At least, he knew that in the most barren land of the western region, there was a Tao Tai that could devour the heavens and the earth. That Tao Tai's stomach hid even more shocking secrets.